the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, God, indivisible.
Liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, and welcome to the December 16th regular meeting of the Jackson Township Council. Pursuant to the provision of the New Jersey's Open Public Meeting Act, adequate notice of this meeting was properly provided by transmitting the notice of the meeting on January 28, 2025 for publication. Notice of this meeting in the Township Council has been posted in the corridor of the municipal building and in the office of the municipal clerk. We'll begin with a roll call. Councilman Borelli? Absent. Councilman Bressi?
Here.
Councilman Pollock?
Here.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Present.
Council President Bernstein?
Here.
Thank you. We will now hear opening comments from the Township Council, starting with Council President Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, welcome everyone. Good to see another great crowd here. I want to take a moment and just go over a couple things for tonight. We're going to have Mr. Cunliffe, who's going to make a small presentation before one of the ordinances. Additionally, Ms. LaBou, who is our affordable housing attorney, at the last minute was unable to come, so she had her partner, Ms. Cipriani, who's going to take her place, and she'll be joining us up here on the dais for those ordinances. And we have Ms. Apty, who is our affordable housing planner, who will make a presentation before those ordinances are introduced. A couple small quick announcements. Earlier this week, myself and Mayor Kuhn met with the county engineer, Mark Jenke, and members of his team to discuss some of our roadways. They gave us an entire list, which we're going to publicize in the next day or two, of intersections and streetlights that the county is currently looking at. I am happy to announce that the county informed us today that they have approved, hopefully going out in the very near future, a project on Hope Chapel right in front of the new high school, or Liberty High School, the Jackson High School, that would make part of the roadway in Hope Chapel a northbound into a extra lane. So there could be, that's obviously a big traffic area. Additionally, the county is currently reviewing 2 new lights on South New Prospect, one by Citadel and one by Hartfield. And additionally, they're looking at one on Georgian Boulevard by Bennett's Mill leading into Robin Estates. And they told me they will have an answer by the beginning of January if those are approved and have to moving forward. A special thank you I just wanted to say to Sean Belinsky and our entire DPW staff. I had the opportunity of really Saturday night spending a lot of time with them and really overseeing and reviewing and getting a very intimate knowledge of the process that gets involved in snow plowing. I always thought it was a simple 1, 2, 3, and I learned very quickly it wasn't as easy as I always thought it was. There is a lot of work that goes into the process. This year, not this year, but this past snowfall, we had approximately 65 trucks on the road almost at all times plowing our streets. Additionally, we had, after the storm ended, I think it was 11 salters on the road salting. We are a very large town, but a very big thank you to Mr. Belinsky. I know it was hard. I think he wasn't feeling well earlier this week. He stayed up all night with his entire team, and they were there making sure that everyone went out for all their assignments, for all their zones, and a big thank you to him. Additionally, I just wanted to say, when you're up here and you have a chance to sometimes see the other side, a special thank you to Mr. Jose Rivera from Code Enforcement and to Mr. Campbell. There were a couple complaints that came in recently with some housing issues that they really researched tremendously. And after about 3 to 4 months of not getting into an address, they were persistent. They actually were able to get into the address, and multiple violations were issued. And I'm happy to learn the process and to better understand the process. With that being said, we have received in the past 2 weeks, I think about 75 resumes for people interested in working in our housing bureau. And I know the mayor is in the process of setting up interviews so that department hopefully could be ready to run in January. Additionally, I just wanted to read. I got a couple emails from various residents asking if things can be read into the record. Obviously, not every resident request am I able to read. It can be here all night, but I did want to read one because the resident referenced a petition that I think over 500 residents have signed pertaining to asking this government to potentially repeal, I think it was Ordinance 1423. I just want to read a a memo that was sent to the governing body by our Lupa attorney. Dear Mayor Kuhn and members of the Jackson Township Council, please find this memorandum as an advisory document in response to the recent online change.org petition that has been posted seeking support to repeal Ordinance 1423 with the stated purpose to restore environmental protections for sensitive lands in Jackson, New Jersey. The change.org petition claims that Ordinance 1423 fails to protect Category C1 protected waterways, wetlands and transition buffers, flood hazard zones, high groundwater areas, and natural drainage corridors. It is important to note that the New Jersey Legislature and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection have enacted a comprehensive statutory and regulatory scheme to address these issues and protect these areas. Neither Jackson nor any municipality in the state of New Jersey can enact municipal ordinances that deviate from or weaken the state standards. Ordinance 1423 does not in any way modify any environmental protections. It is my recommendation, as our Lupa Council, that the elected officials refrain from commenting on this change.org petition. Ordinance 1423 was enacted as a result of a settlement agreement that was negotiated by and between the United States Department of Justice, the state of New Jersey, and private action plaintiffs to resolve litigation that alleged that the township amended its ordinances to prevent the development of Jewish houses of worship and religious schools and to otherwise impede the ability of members of the Jewish faith to reside in the township. This settlement agreement was incorporated into a consent order entered by a United States District Court judge. Pursuant to the consent order, any changes to the township's ordinances that would impact the development of houses of worship or private schools and private schools with a residential component must be reviewed and approved by the Department of Justice. Should the township act on the change.org petition, the township would be in violation of the consent order and be brought into court on an order to show cause, and I'd expect would be ordered to rescind the action, would be subject to monetary penalties, and would be subject to further Department of Justice oversight. For these reasons, I am recommending that the mayor and the members of the Township Council refrain from any comment at this time. I did ask him before I commented if I could read the petition, read his memo, because I think it's important for the residents to know that we did hear you. We did seek advice from our professionals before we responded, and I just felt that was important to read into the record. Additionally, I just wanted to comment that January 6th is going to be our reorg meeting, which is the first Tuesday after in the new year. Look forward to seeing everyone there, hopefully. And this is the opportunity in the next couple weeks. If you are interested in serving the town, there's always new positions available before the new year. Please send in your citizens leadership form, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you and have a good night.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to make a statement that over the last few weeks, I had the opportunity to meet with and speak with many residents and hear their feedback. And I truly appreciate those conversations. This past year, a great deal of work was done by this council, and I'm confident the year ahead will bring a full and productive agenda. And to keep it brief, as we close out this year, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah, a Merry Christmas, and a happy, healthy, and safe New Year. Thank you.
Councilman Bressi.
Thank you. First, I want to go back to the snow removal. I think it was an excellent job. Public Works, the contractors all did their work properly and really good. But I got to say, Council President Bernstein kept me informed the entire night what was going on regularly, and he was on top of it. And it's great when you have communications like that, and it paid off long term. And all of you, I wish everybody a happy Hanukkah, a Merry Christmas, and may the season of peace carry through with everybody. Thank you for coming out this evening.
Councilman Powell.
I'm just looking forward to having a good discussion tonight about some of these ordinances and good back and forth with the residents and hearing all their concerns, because I know there's a lot, and we do need to have a conversation, and I'm glad that everybody's willing to do that.
The next item on the agenda is comments by Honorable Mayor Kuhn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. I'll be leaving a bit early tonight due to a family obligation, but after the last council meeting, I felt it was important to be here this evening to publicly apologize to Councilman Pollack and to express that I look forward to working with him and the council on the important issues being raised in Jackson. It has been a pleasure working with the members of council. The administration and the council are actively working on many projects throughout the township. I'm looking forward to the launch of the new rental housing bureau, the additional of new parks, the start of the weekly recycling in January, and the continued pursuit of grants for multiple departments and upcoming projects. As I have gotten to know and work with the township employees, I have truly appreciated the communication, cooperation, and understanding of how each department operates. I have been working to raise awareness of the new Rental Housing Bureau ordinance, educating landlords, and working in close coordination with code enforcement. We have maintained open lines of communication, and I look forward to continuing to work with all township employees in the year ahead. I want to wish everyone a safe, healthy, and happy New Year. Thank you.
The next item for tonight's meeting is an update from the Department of Public Works. Council President Bernstein.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. DPW leaf collection update. Our leaf collection program has been progressing according to schedule. We are currently working in zones 2 and 4 on the secondary and final collections. Zones 3 and 7 are now complete. We are scheduled to begin work in our final 2 zones, 6 and 8 on December 22nd. The snow that accumulated over the weekend may set us back a few days. However, we will continue to do our best to remain on track as weather conditions allow. Thank you for your cooperation and patience. And I just want to reiterate, when I spend the time in DPW on Sunday, I know there were conversations as the snow was coming down, making sure that we could continue the leaf pickup. Jackson's a very large town, and there are a lot of leaves. But I do appreciate the fact that they were a week ahead of schedule, that hopefully this early snowfall will melt and it will enable the workers to get back out to the road and to continue cleaning up the leaves. Thank you.
The next item of business is a presentation portion of the meeting. Council President Bernstein.
Yeah, I would ask the camp reps, I'm not sure exactly who's here. I see a couple of faces, to come up to the mic and to give a little presentation on this ordinance. And again, I just want to thank the members of the camp team for putting the time and diligence into spending time, I know, with myself, councilman, and some of our colleagues here on council, so we could be as informed as possible. So the floor is yours for a few minutes.
Good evening. I'm Joe Pinkowski. I'm one of the camp coordinators for our summer camp program. So we're here tonight to discuss the raising of our camp fees. Next slide. If we go back from 2013, the regular camp rate was $400. Up to the current day has only been $500. So over a 12-year period, it's only gone up $100. So we're definitely not accounting for inflation, salary increases, fuel for busing, for trips, et cetera, when you look at the pricing difference. So our proposed rates are in that last column. For the regular camp would be $675. For our before camp would be $775. Aftercare would be $810, and then for full day camp would be $910. The different prices for 15, we did an early bird registration. It was a little cheaper if you registered within a certain time period. And we didn't really see an increase, so we didn't do that again the following year. We just went back to the normal registration dates. Next slide. So as I said, if you look, the prices have only gone up from 2013 to the current $100 for each program that we offer. So our regular camp is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We offer before care, starts at 7:30, goes to 3 p.m. We have aftercare, starts at 9, goes till 6, and then full day would be 7:30 to 6. But all of those prices only increased $100 from 2013 to 2025. Next slide. So this is just a chart that breaks down the regular rates for the current rates that we have from last summer. So the first 4 columns, if you look at the camp rates for regular, before care, after care, and full day camp, and then we break it down weekly, daily, and hourly. The last 4 columns are what we're looking to increase it to. And then again, the weekly, daily, and hourly rates. So the increases are not, I know it seems like a lot, but if you look at what you're getting for a weekly and a daily and an hourly rate, the increase is really not much of a difference. And we do offer trips on a daily basis for an additional rate that you can pay. Those range from $10 to about $60, but they're optional. You do not have to do them. You can stay at camp. Next slide. So again, what we're looking to do is just raise the regular camp free from $500 to $675, so it's a $175 increase. Our before care from $575 to $775, it's a $200 increase. Our regular camp with aftercare, $600 to $810, a $210 increase. And then our full day camp from $675 to $910, which is a $235 increase. The increase will help with the cost of payroll, transportation, supplies, Pay rates, we need to be competitive with other organizations, minimum wage, gas tolls, and distance plays a factor, and supplies to run the camp will increase as well. The initial camp fees increased in 2021, but have not seen a significant increase since 2011 when we added that before care, after care, full day. Before then, it was just the normal 9 to 3 camp. We didn't have those other options. Next slide. And then finally, just a quick comparison for surrounding towns that offer the same kind of program that we do. If you look at New Egypt, like I said, our 9 to 3, we're looking to raise to $675. They charge $1,615 for 7 weeks. Freehold, same thing. They're 9 to 3. It ranges from $1,280 to $1,715 because they offer different windows of when you can register. So when you look at us, we're only looking to go to $675. Is really a bang for your buck for what we offer. And that's the end of the presentation.
Do any members of the council have any questions? So I just want to, the order of the ordinances is that this is going to be towards the end of the meeting. Legal counsel, being that we just got the presentation, could we vote on this ordinance now, or we'd have to wait as the scheduled ordinance? Second reading. Okay, so with you here, I don't want you to have to wait the whole night. So I would like to get a motion from one of my council members to move it on the agenda to now.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
You can sit down, and if any
Okay.
residents have questions, Madam Clerk, open the public. Madam Clerk, want to open to the public?
Thank you. So the second reading of public hearing of ordinance 2025-51 establishing summer camp fees and amending chapter 30438. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments.
Madam Clerk, I think your mic, is it on?
Oh, excuse me.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clear for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Seeing no one comes forward, I'd like to ask for a motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-51?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
So I agree that the camp needs to pay for itself, but from 2013 to 2025, the summer camp fees only increased by $100 total, meaning the costs were not adjusted gradually over time. During that same time period, as it was stated, minimum wage more than doubled, rising from $7.25 to $15.49 per hour. This ordinance attempts to make up for 12 years of inaction all at once, resulting in a 35% increase on camp fees in a single year. A 35% per child increase places a significant and sudden burden on Jackson families. I would have supported a phased-in increase over 2 or 3 years, allowing residents time to plan and adjust. Families are already facing historic inflation, rising utility costs, and higher everyday expenses. With energy costs at all-time highs and New Jersey gas taxes set to increase an additional 49 cents per gallon in January, now is not the time for a sharp one-year increase. And for that reason, I believe this ordinance is unfair to Jackson families, and I vote no.
Council President Bernstein?
So I had certain feelings, and the presentation was very clear, and now I'm a little bit more confused. What I would request that going forward is that we are ensuring that there's proper communication with administration and council, so we don't have this issue year in and year out, and because I don't want to be playing catch up every 3-4 years. I vote yes, but with a very clear speaking out to the public and to our reps, if we can ensure that we come back more periodically and we ensure that after the summer, when we're starting to plan for next summer, there is proper communication, because if we come back in a couple of years and this happens again, I'm going to have a hard time because I do agree that it's a small rise over 12 years, but it's a steep rise for 1 year. So I vote yes. And again, thank you guys for coming forward and meeting with myself and the mayor and getting the ball rolling. So yes, reluctantly.
Thank you. Motion carries. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2025-35, amending Chapter 244 Land Use and Development Regulations.
So Madam Clerk, before we move forward, I'm going to ask, even though this has to do with affordable housing, so I would ask Ms. Cipriani to join us on the dais. Don't fight whoever gets to sit next to me. Yeah.
At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clear for the record. You'll have 5 minutes, may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Eleanor Hannum, Jackson, New Jersey. I just have one question. Why are we reducing the set aside to 15% and 17.5% when customarily it is 20%?
So, Ms. Cipriani, if I'm just going to start off and then I'm going to turn the floor over to you. This ordinance was introduced about a month ago or 6 weeks ago with the original zone had a 10% set aside, and we are raising it from the 10% higher. But Ms. Cipriani, if you could elaborate on why the numbers were picked that were picked.
Yeah, so the numbers were picked based on, as you know, we're in the process now of the adjudicatory process with the is that on?
No.
With the program judge and the adjudicator, who is a planner appointed by the court. And in going through that, they pointed out that there is a regulation that provides for a sliding scale, which we have incorporated into the ordinance based on the number of units permitted. So we had, as you had pointed out, a 20% set aside across the board, and that actually, under the regulation, needs to be adjusted for the densities that are permitted for each size project, essentially.
Okay, so generally, the 15% set aside would refer to rental projects, correct?
Yeah, historically, that has been the case, and the depends on the nature of the project, what the set aside can be required to be.
But the wording in here does not state that. Because generally, under New Jersey, the 15% set aside is for rentals, and 20% is set aside for sale projects. I just would like, because we're looking at this overlay, and I'm looking at ordinance 2025-48, which is allowing that developer, which owns the Pine Barrens Golf Club, to essentially subdivide the entire property. So therefore, this just benefits all of these investors that have purchased property that is basically carving up Jackson.
So the ordinance change, thank you. The language in the ordinance is taken directly from the regulation. This was not an ordinance change that Jackson had been seeking. This was a recommendation from the adjudicator and the program judge in order to move towards our goal of getting compliance so as to retain immunity.
So therefore, if I were to open request that requirement, is your associate LeBlue going to deny that open request? Only because she denies all of mine.
Ms. LeBeau is a very experienced Oprah
I'm not questioning
counsel, so I mean,
that for different ways.
the direction, and I don't know honestly if the affordable housing mediation sessions are recorded. That's where the direction occurred. It was not a written direction.
The legal counsel, we can provide from Ms. Hannum the administrative code that references these numbers, right?
Well,
Yes.
that would be in writing because you're citing that this was a court order or what have you, and that wouldn't just be in a negotiation. It would be legally in writing. You
No,
do know that.
The regulation is in writing, and I'd be happy to provide you with regulation.
That you're stating that was court ordered for Jackson Township.
I'm stating that the program judge and the adjudicator, the recommendation when reviewing the ordinance for Jackson to be compliant, that the ordinance should be in compliant and with the regulation.
So it was a recommendation. You did not have to go with the 15%.
The recommendation is, you're right, it is a recommendation, but it is a recommendation that is from the adjudicator and from the program judge who have the ability to recommend whether Jackson's plan is found compliant or not, and therefore our immunity from builder's remedy suits does rest on their recommendation.
I don't want to hear about the builder's remedy. I've already been down that road for years. Quite frankly, I find that this is only an ordinance to benefit those institutional investors that have definitely invested in properties throughout Jackson Township. So it's for their financial gain. It is not for the residents of Jackson Township.
Anyone else?
Donna and Paul Schmidt.
No, I just move closer to the mic.
Oh, Donna and Paul Schmidt, 17 Sidor Ave, Jackson, New Jersey. We believe that one of these ordinances affects the property behind our home.
Ms. Schmidt, if you don't mind, I'm not sure which ordinance, this ordinance now is just about the density of the set-asides. It's not about, it's the other, there's still three more ordinances.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
they can
Sorry.
come back up at
We'll
the
come
right
back
time.
up.
Yeah, sure,
We weren't sure.
sure.
Thank you.
Kim Reale, 547 West Commodore Boulevard. So my one issue is all of these properties that you've picked were supposed to be schools or religious institutions. Oh, better?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All these properties at Geneva, Chandler, the one behind.
So ma'am, these are
Quick
the next ordinances, not this ordinance.
That's not this
Yeah.
ordinance? Okay. Well, yeah.
Anyone from council? You want to, motion to close public comment and then
I'll come forward, motion to close.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So, Madam Clerk, I just want to just elaborate on one thing, and then I'll let the attorney elaborate. So the initial affordable housing plan that was introduced had a certain zones in town, which were, I'll call it more of the non-mixed use zones, which passed in August, had a 10% set aside. This ordinance actually raised the percentage, and initially the council wanted to raise it to 20%. And like Ms. Cipriani said, when we had our mediation with the court said, being that the density on these developments were, if my understanding is correct, was a lower density, there was a limit to how high we could raise affordable requirements. And that's an administrative code. And Ms. Cipriani, do you have any more
Yeah.
information on that?
Yes, I'm sorry. And it's the New Jersey Administrative Code, Section 5:93-5.6. In relevant parts, it says the council shall generally favor, and that it was the Council on Affordable Housing. Now the courts have taken over that function of reviewing affordable housing plans, that they shall generally favor a gross density of 4 units per acre with a 15% set aside. Municipalities may also seek to zone sites for a gross density of 5 units per acre with a 17.5% set aside, and 6 units per acre or more with a 20% set aside. And that is what is reflected in the ordinance before you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? We closed public comment on this one. Yeah, sorry.
May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-35?
Second.
Councilman Bressy.
Yes.
Councilman Pollock.
Going to say no. Last week, we were here and lowered density on certain projects. And I'm seeing higher density on these projects, so it's a no for me.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
Yes, Council President, can I just clarify some with the attorney before I vote? So we wanted, initially, this was 10%. We wanted it to be 20. We went to court with the developer, and the judge said we should do 15. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, so it was 10. The ordinance is introduced had 20, which was the preference of the governing body. As the council president said, in the mediation sessions with the adjudicator, the court-appointed adjudicator, and the program judge, the reference was made to the regulation that I just cited, and that the ordinance should be amended to reflect the standard in the regulation rather than always having 20%. The 20% is with the 6 acre or 6 units per acre or more standard only. And the reduction for the other densities comes directly from the code on the recommendation of the court.
And if we do not adopt this and go back to court, what's the possibility? Could we
So
go back to the 10 and could we lose more?
Yeah, right. So if we don't make that change, and then we've got the existing ordinance at 10, you'd have to adopt an ordinance at 20, and all of these things go to what I assume we'll talk about in a minute, which is the general status and then the need in order to preserve immunity for, by the end of the year, for the program judge to make a recommendation to the affordable housing judge that our plan is compliant. So if we don't make the change, and we don't make the change to 20, they've already told us that they don't find the 20 is compliant with the regulation, and the 10 is obviously significantly under.
Okay. I mean, I don't like this, but I have to protect our town with losing more, so I vote yes.
So I just want to clarify because I'm not sure if it was clearly understood. Currently, the ordinance in town only requires a developer to give 10% set aside on some of these lots, which is less affordable housing, which means we don't get as many units as we can possibly get. The goal of this council was to raise the amount of affordable units on these so we get more credits. The courts made us compromise a little bit. If we vote no, at least my understanding is that we get less affordable units. So I'm going to vote yes to at least get the 17.5 and not have the 10%. And if we're able to somehow get it up to 20%, I'm all supportive of that in the future because I wanted it to be 20%. So yes. Try again.
The next item of business is a second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2025-46, amending Chapter 244 Land Use and Development Regulation of the Code of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, and State of New Jersey to establish an inclusionary zone district overlay entitled AHI, providing affordable housing units to be developed subject to certain conditions and requirements. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone.
Madam Clerk, before we open to the public, I just want to ask Malvika Apte to come up and give us a brief summary, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Good evening.
Malvika, if you don't mind, just if you can move the mic closer to yourself, and if you could just identify your name and your firm.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Malvika Apte. I'm a licensed professional planner in state of New Jersey. And my address Is that what you
You don't
want?
say, no, just your firm. Yeah, your
Oh,
firm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Higher Gruel and Associates,
Okay.
LLC.
thank you.
All right. So what we're discussing right now is ordinance number 2025-46. This ordinance is identified as Affordable Housing Overlay Zone, AH1. And this is to develop inclusionary mixed-use residential developments in certain portions of the Township of Jackson. This overlay is to meet Township of Jackson's fourth round obligation. And overall, it basically permits a mix of commercial and residential uses. The key points of this ordinance is it allows the maximum density of 8 dwelling units to the acre. It requires 20% set aside as affordable housing. It requires commercial component to be developed along the major frontage, which would be county road frontage. As well as there is a timing and phasing as to after the first 50 units, the commercial component of this overlay zone has to be developed. There are requirements as to 16% of open space, recreation space that has to be provided. There is parking requirements, including meeting the RSIS standards for residential developments, commercial requirement for parking spaces, as well as visitor parking spaces. The ordinance also requires certain design standards such as cohesive development, high quality durable materials to be used, and it also requires I already said open space, details on community center requirement as well as recreation spaces. Further, it requires all kind of UHAC requirement, which is uniform housing affordability controls in terms of integrated affordable housing to be developed, the phasing of that, which is for every 25 units that's built, one affordable housing unit has to be built, and it follows that timetable. It requires that a homeowner association be created in order to maintain this type of development. So that's a brief synopsis of this ordinance.
Okay, and I'll call it the AH. There really
AH1.
all 3 ordinances that are on tonight have the same standards?
Yes, it does. It just has been drafted. It just has 3 different ordinances because of the location of these sites, but they're essentially the same. They require the mixed-use component and meeting the UHAC requirements and state regulations.
Okay. Do any of, obviously, you'll still stay around a little bit. Do any of
Sure.
the council have any questions on the planning part of these ordinances at this point? I think we're going to want to solicit some feedback from the residents, and then I'm sure we'll call you back later.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you, Malvika. Madam Clerk?
At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clear for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Madam Clerk, I just want to say one thing. So one of the things that I have prided myself since I've become council president is trying to ensure that we could have these open conversations and hopefully in a respectful way. So the way I'm going to be running it is your 5 minutes are yours. You could ask whatever you want. If we would rather you get your questions out first, if you want to have a question answer that is going to count as part of the 5 minutes. But feel free to ask whatever you want. I'll write down your questions and I'll direct it to the appropriate professional. So whoever's first.
Jim Salakia. The ordinance what's in the ordinance, what concerns me is you use 8 dwelling units per usable acre. The problem is when you have open space requirements, you're increasing the density on the land. And if you just do the math, it'll come to you. So these ordinances do not exclude open space. It just says not include in wetlands and any applicable wetlands transition buffers. So if you have a 300-acre property, okay, technically you could build 2,400 homes. If we have 50 acres of it is open space, we take that number down to 250 acres, you can only build 2,000. But because of open spaces, and they could actually do 2,400 units in the area that's not considered open space that's buildable. So I think what we need to do first and foremost is to include open space as a reduction for the gross usable acreage within these properties. Because otherwise you can say, and I've heard you guys all say you want lower density projects. Well, if you approve these ordinances, you're approving higher density than you can actually reduce it by. So hopefully you look at it. Are these for comments too, or just for questions?
About the first ordinance.
I'll come back for one of the other ones.
And so if you're done, I'll turn to Ms. Cipriani.
All three ordinances have.
Same question, yeah, sure. Ms. Cipriani.
Yes, so the question, sorry.
Apologize.
It's okay. The new microphone, it's very exciting. The question of the usable land. So as I understood, and I wanted to make sure that I understood your question correctly, it's in calculating usable land for density that your suggestion or question is, why is open space being considered as part of the usable land?
Correct.
So under the ordinance, first of all, any environmentally constrained lands are not considered for usable land. And so for the open space, okay, sorry, yeah. So the environmentally constrained lands, the buffers, wetlands, are not part of what is
Correct.
Considered for usable land.
Agreed.
For the open space requirement, 30% of the open space can be met through the use of wetlands. So if you're using wetlands for any of your open space, it still retains its character as wetlands and does not.
But that wasn't my question.
No, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Hopefully there, just in overall. So no matter how you're considering it, any wetlands or buffers are not considered part of the usable calculation. The open space is considered it because that is part of the zoning requirements. It's not a characteristic of the land. So with the environmentally constrained lands, it's a characteristic of the land that make it inappropriate for consideration as what is usable. What is usable land is simply land that could be developed. And obviously, that any land that could be developed, there's a portion for open space that has to be set aside, but that's not a quality of the land. That's going to be dependent on the site plan when it comes in. So it's not part of the calculation for what is usable, because the lands that are not usable are legally defined, not just by our ordinance, but by other regulation, including the affordable housing regulations, as nothing environmentally constrained. It's not wetlands, it's not buffer, it doesn't have easements on it. All of those things would be excluded from the calculation.
So you can't exclude open spaces.
Correct, because it's not a quality of the land.
Ms. Cipriani, if I could just add for a second, quick question. I know recently, about a year ago, the council passed an ordinance with regard to another zone, changing net to gross. Is this, obviously to protect the town, are we following the same standards that we followed over there?
Correct. We're using the same standards of land that is usable. So it's consistent, and usable simply means that it is capable of being built upon.
Okay.
Eleanor Hannum, Jackson, New Jersey. I have been extensively reviewing these ordinances and all the landowners. What I see is some major conflicts of interest. Conflicts of interest that include Mr. Bernstein here and Mayor Kuhn, in which there was a PAC that Mr. Bernstein was affiliated with, or his wife, where he also advocated, he also did fundraisers, he also was reimbursed by this PAC while he was fundraising. At the same time, some of these property owners are also donors such as Mordecai Sternstein, Ari Kotler, Rich Roberts, and they are also invested in ensuring that these ordinances are passed because they have direct affiliations with some of these properties. Not to mention the over $159,000 in anonymous donations that were made to Morty's schools with notations for Mayor Morty or in honor of Jackson's best councilman. This takes pay to play to another level and begs the question as to whether or not these relationships affect his decision-making, and therefore I feel he must recuse himself from this vote. The other concern is that as a member of the planning board, Mr. Bernstein also voted to approve the schools on Chandler Road. These same properties are now included in the affordable housing overlay. Together, these approvals pave the way for high-density campus-style developing, combining schools and housing. The overlay in decision-making raises serious questions about fairness and impartiality. On block 11901, lot 40, this included in the overlay is owned by Mr. Eichhorn, also is a PAC owner and major property owner. This increases an immense footprint of ownership. Also, Chairman Michelle Campbell, as the planning board chairman, publicly stated that she met with these developers to help select these properties to be included. She spoke in support of these developers and applications that she voted on, especially with those schools. Planning board members are supposed to act as neutral decision makers, not advocates, and her actions combined with Mr. Bernstein's votes give the appearance that decisions are coordinated with developers rather than being made independently, also creating an appearance of collusion. As for Mayor Kuhn, she also has a direct conflict of interest. She works for institutional investors who own several properties affected in this ordinance, including 109, 1094, 1060, 1070 Farmingdale Road, and 1366 West Vets, where her professional role, she was involved in the property transactions as both the buyer and the seller for the investor. Along with Farmingdale Road, 1101 includes multiple overlay lots owned by entities registered to Maurice Wolf, who is Jen Kuhn's institutional investor. Because of these professional ties, Mayor Kuhn should not approve or sign off on this ordinance, nor should Mr. Bernstein be also voting on them, because for these reasons, their involvement raises some serious ethical and legal concerns that warrant further review. My other question is, there are almost 23 lots and blocks that are written into Appendix F of the DOJ lawsuit. Has the DOJ been notified that you are changing the conditions of these properties? Because that is a term of the settlement. I can give you the actual lots and blocks that are written in the 33 pages of Appendix F of the DOJ lawsuit, because you cannot approve this because now you're in violation of that settlement. Do you want the lots and blocks?
No, I'm waiting for you to finish.
I'm done.
Okay, Mr. McGuckin, if you could answer the question about the overlay.
The overlay simply allows additional zoning. It does not change the underlying zoning on the property, which is reflected in the consent order and the settlement agreement between the Department of Justice and the Township.
That is
This simply adds additional zoning possibilities on those properties. It does not underlie or prevent the development of the properties in accordance with that which was concluded in the consent decree.
I can tell you that it directly states that no decisions can be made on the 33 pages of lots and blocks that have been put into that DOJ consent order. So therefore, when I do contact the DOJ, which I do have a contact, and let them know that this is happening and you are voting on it, that you are violating the consent order directly.
So Ms. Han-
Because saying whatever you're going to say, I'm not buying it, because all I've heard from you lawyers are lies.
So Ms. Hannon, thank you. Attorney McGuckin, is your professional opinion that we are in violation of the DOJ?
Of course not.
Okay,
It allows additional zoning. That's all it does. It doesn't change what was already agreed to.
thank you. Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Wombachano. I am a resident of Jackson. I do not want to give my number and address. I am here on behalf of We Strive for a Place to Ride. Gentlemen and ladies, before I start, I would like to introduce myself and also let you know and make you aware that you sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of New Jersey to faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all duties of your office. The oath includes adherence to all New Jersey laws, as well as federal laws codified under the U.S. Code USC, such as Fair Housing Act 42 USC, subsection 3601 at sequence, and anti-corruption status like 18 USC, subsection 201, bribery. Your qualifications for these roles are based on serving the public trust. Your job is not only to vote on ordinances, but to act as stewards of Jackson's Township's finances. Ensuring all procurements of contracts is transparent, legal, and free from conflict of interest. It is the core responsibility I am speaking to tonight. Moving forward with these proposals and everything you are currently voting for may very well be put to council in position potentially violating that oath, failing your sworn duty to act responsibly for public funds, or with public funds, excuse me. Betraying the public trust by ignoring state and federal laws and failing to act responsibly can have significant consequences for public officials. Individuals who have their constitutional rights or statutory rights violated by the state or local officials can file civil lawsuits for damages under 42 USC subsection 193. Moreover, officials can face federal criminal prosecution under statuses like 18 USC subsection 242 for willfully violating while acting under the code of law. As you are well aware, our township is currently facing significant scrutiny and multiple active investigations by state authorities regarding fiscal integrity and ethical conducts. We are currently awaiting the result of New Jersey State, still till today, I went to go find out. The New Jersey Department of Consumer Affairs investigation into $200,000 in potential, $200,000 in potentially fraudulent contract services under the Shade Tree Ordinance. Furthermore, we have recently settled major lawsuits with the US DOJ, including $45,000 in penalties and $150,000 victim funds. This NJAG's office $500,000 settlement over discriminatory practices in land use, which violates RLUIPA 42 USC subsection 200 CC et sequence. The substantial settlements and ongoing issues have eroded public trust in the administration, decision-making process, and procurements of contracts. We must ensure that any new financial decisions are reproached. To that end, concerned residents striving for accountability have commenced an independent audit of recent township operations and procurements. Therefore, I formally request that the Township Council table the decisions or halt these projects tonight, effective immediately. We ask that the council commit to waiting until the state audits and investigations are fully concluded and their findings made public. We also hope all public servants will fully comply with our independent audits, requests for information demonstrating a commitment of true transparency. This is the only responsible course of action to ensure this new project or projects adheres to the highest ethical and legal standards and taxpayers' money is protected. Thank you for your time and attention in this critical matter.
Val Tudor, right to Bow Road. I just asked the woman that sitting on the end there, she just gave a talk. She was at the meeting last Tuesday with the other lawyer, and I asked the question, how many credits do you guys have to offset our 1,000-unit requirement? And the other lawyer said that she'd look into it and get back to us. So do you have any numbers for me?
In terms of the numbers, the plan is determined to be compliant. So Fair Share Housing has signed off on the plan, and the purpose, in order for it to be compliant, is that there has to be a reasonable expectation that it will yield both the 750 fourth round number and the 250 gap number for the 1,000 units.
Okay, well, how many units do we have from the first round? Was that 1987 to 93?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, so, my understanding, because I actually read the affordable housing document, I think it was like 59 pages, something like that. It only took me an hour. In the state of New Jersey, you're allowed 30, 50, and 99 years. And in Jersey, I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, most put an expiration date or a shelf life on an affordable housing unit of 30 years.
That's correct.
Okay, so 30 years have passed. 1987 to 1993, it's passed. So how many of those did you guys, anybody, town council or anybody, look into extending so we could offset the 1,000?
Yeah, no, I understand the question now. So the answer is, in terms of controls that we have that are expiring, we don't have them that are expiring now. If you looked back at the first round, and I was talking about this with the council before, if you'll remember back in the first and second rounds, there was a possibility of doing regional contribution agreements whereby the town, and Jackson did a lot of these for their units, would contract with a city that are exempt from affordable housing and send money there. So we didn't have as many units as you would expect because we sent a lot of our units out. In the upcoming round, for the 5th round, we should have around 250 that are expiring, which is not necessarily good news for this round, but it is good news for the round to come.
What about round 2? Because they've expired too.
Okay, so in terms of I can only tell you the ones that are due for expiration, not any that have already expired if they were from the first
But isn't
round.
it your responsibility and the planner here responsibility to look into the stuff before you tell us?
In terms of what controls there are that are expiring that we will qualify for that extension of controls to get those additional units for the next round, the number is 250.
Who hired you?
The Township Council.
And you got hired by the township too?
Please direct the question through me. So
All right,
the township contracted with CME last year, which was Ms. Apte's former employer. And we contracted with her about 2-3 months ago, and she switched firms to continue doing the work that she was in the process of doing.
And you're okay with the work that they've done for this town?
Very, very okay, yes.
Well, I'm not. I'm going to be honest with you. You know what? We are obligated to do 1,000 units, and she said there's probably 250, but they're not eligible now.
Sure.
They should have been eligible now if someone had actually looked into it before making a presentation.
I think the attorney responded, they're not eligible now.
No, she did say they were.
She said they're going to be eligible by the next round, by the 5th round. They're not eligible yet. We're in the 4th round currently.
Well, like I say, this is my opinion, is you're not working for us. You know, I heard from both ladies at the last meeting that, you know, we've done this so many times. We have 10 other towns we've done this, or it was 10 or 12 or something like that. I expected a better presentation. I was not privy to this information, so I can't validate what you're saying is true or false. But I honestly feel that there's some shenanigans going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Mignoni, Jackson Township. I'd like to take my time and focus on one specific proposed site from the plan, Site 2 named Hawkins, Block 1820, lots 17 through 25, located at the intersection of Hawkins Road and West Veterans Highway. I could spend all night discussing the underlying issues on the site, but I will touch on the glaring errors in these short few minutes. I'm not sure of what professionals work with the developers in Township on the research of naming this a fourth-round affordable housing site, but as a resident of over 20 years living off Hawkins Road, I was shocked to see this site listed in the Township Housing Plan element and Fair Share Plan. When taking a deeper dive into the proposed plan and ordinance, a few things jumped out that don't even make this a realistic opportunity to fulfill the Township's state-mandated fourth-round affordable housing obligations. In Chapter 3, page 37 of the Fair Share Plan, it states, the proposed site fronting West Veterans Highway is located in the western area of the Township, is currently undeveloped. That last part again, it says, is currently undeveloped. Now, I don't know if any of you actually know what is currently on these lots, as well as the residents and I do that live in this part of town, but I guess I'll educate you on the fact that the majority of these lots already have single-family homes built on them, except 3 of the 9 lots, being 18, 17, and 23. So right there, things are not adding up. Now, the proposed plan states that the total size of this site is 20.78 acres. However, we need to consider the lots that the developers actually own as the accurate acreage of this proposed plan, because only 5 of the 9 lots are owned by LLCs. While not stated directly who the developers are in the Township's Fair Share Plan, through deed searches, I'm able to narrow down who the developers are and which lots they actually own. That being Block 18201, Lot 19, owner address 4706 18th Avenue, Brooklyn, Lot 18, 40 Clifton Avenue, Lakewood, Lot 17, 4706 18th Avenue, Brooklyn, Lot 22, 1500 Avenue of the States, Suite 414, Lakewood, Lot 23, 4706 18th Avenue, Brooklyn. The rest of the lots 20, 21, 21, 24, and 25, are all owned by individuals and families that have single-family homes already on their lots. So of the LLC-owned lots, they only make up for a combined acreage of 17.17 acres, not the 20.78 that are stated for this site on the Township's Fair Share Plan. Only lot 18, 17, 23 are the current undeveloped lots that are owned by the LLCs, and they only combine to have an acreage of 10.93. It's concerning the Fair Share Plan states that this site is currently undeveloped. When I just stated there are single-family homes on 6 of the 9 properties, only 5 are owned by developers, and the 20.78 acres stated on the plan is really only 17.17 acres, or if we're talking about undeveloped lands owned by the LLCs, 10.93. Now let's talk about the developability stated in the Fair Share Plan. In the plan, it states the developer's professionals indicate that there's adequate water and sewage capacity for the site. The development footprint does not interfere with wetlands or floodplain. The site is proposed to be within the sewer service. Again, that last part, the site is proposed to be within the sewer service. It's as if whoever published this Fair Share Plan has no idea about what this side of Jackson looks like and are only taking the word of mouth from the developers and not fact-checking anything about the proposed site. Ask any resident that lives over here. It's well and septic only. Use some GIS data, even look at the master plan that was approved over the summer. You'll see it's nowhere near a sewer service area. So the developers' professionals are inaccurate in saying there's adequate water and sewer capacity in its current state. In the proposed ordinance, site improvement standards state under letter B, the scale and mass of buildings shall be complementary to its surroundings. Look around in this area of Jackson. You'll see only single-family homes, tens of thousands of acres of state-protected forests, and on the border of Plumstead across the street, much of the same rural restricted land, single-family homes, all on well and septic. There are no sidewalks on Hawkins Road and on West Veterans. This is not a part of town that should even be a thought to consider affordable housing, let alone high-density housing. How is it sustainable to have 130-plus units on the very edge of town where there is nothing within walking distance? Any big box store is at least a 25-minute drive, and there's no infrastructure of water or sewer lines. The entire proposal lacks transparency, not just from the township to the public in its fair share plan, but also checks and balances of the township and with these developers. On page 74, map 12, with the build-out analysis, in the township's new master plan, these parcels are not even listed as potential developable parcels. Very odd, since it says undeveloped land in the fair share plan. In the master plan, page 139, figure 10, future proposed sanitary sewer map, there is no future proposed sanitary sewer where the site is located. These are just some of the glaring concerns that jump out when looking at this specific block in lots.
Thank you, Ms. Cipriani. Quick question. When a developer writes, I guess that something is considered part of the sewer system, does that mean that it's currently, or that they are proposing to extend the sewer system to include it?
I'm sorry, so if it is proposed to be part of the sewer, if they're saying it's going to be on sewer, obviously it cannot be developed if it's not. So then if they're saying that that it is on that, the proposal is that they're going to extend sewer to that system. And I would also point out that two things. One, that this is an overlay. So if there's existing properties that are developed, they remain developed as they were. So the overlay would only be for potential development. And on the sewer question, one, if they're saying that it's there, either they're going to extend it there or they're not going to be able to develop it there. And also that if they're saying that, we should consider that it is, if they are able to do so, that it's permissible. If you go back to the Toll Brothers case, which is one of the main affordable housing cases, in that particular case, a builder's remedy was granted. And one of the court's finding was that the township sewer policies presented a significant impediment to potential development, and the developer was entitled to a builder's remedy in part because of that. So if they're saying that they're going to be able to bring it, you have to assume that that's the case. If they are not able to bring it, then they will not be able to develop.
Thank you. Please, if you want to speak, come up to the mic.
Holly Reynolds, 3 Mary Beth Jackson. I am a member of the Environmental Commission, but I'm here only as a resident. Jackson Township contains highly environmentally sensitive infrastructure that supports critical ecological functions across multiple municipalities in Ocean County. These landscapes and waterways, many protected under state and federal law, are active functioning natural systems, not vacant or developable land. High-density housing, by its nature, requires connection to either existing or newly constructed wastewater infrastructure, including septic systems. In the areas characterized by high groundwater, aquifer recharge, wetlands, and flood hazard constraints, such infrastructure poses unacceptable risks to water quality, public health, and environmental stability. On behalf of the Jackson Conservation Coalition, I urge that the following environmental infrastructures be formally excluded from all affordable housing and land use ordinances, including but not limited to aquifer recharge areas and rural high groundwater zones critical to both private and municipal drinking water supplies, pinelands, forest corridors, and conservation overlay zones that preserve ecosystem connectivity, biodiversity, and wildlife movement, wetlands, New Jersey DEP map flood hazard areas and floodplain storage zones that provide natural stormwater management and flood mitigation, Category 1 C1 protected waterways and associated riparian buffers, which are essential to statewide water quality protection and aquatic habitat integrity. Safeguarding these environmental infrastructures is essential to ensuring safe drinking water, effective flood and stormwater management, and the long-term preservation of wildlife, natural resources, and community resilience for Jackson Township and neighboring municipalities. The council should also take formal notice that the New Jersey Pinelands Commission issued a letter dated December 4th, 2025, expressing substantial concerns with the township's affordable housing ordinances and specifically requesting that the council table the ordinances and engage in consultation with Pinelands Commission staff. Proceeding without resolving those concerns risks inconsistency with the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan and exposes the township to legal and regulatory conflict. Given these unresolved interagency conflicts, the Jackson Conservation Coalition respectfully urges the council to seek appropriate extensions or adjustments to its affordable housing compliance obligations as contemplated under recent state legislation and administrative guidance. This should include working through the state's affordable housing dispute resolution program to address conflicts between housing mandates and Pinelands protections. Specifically, the council should pursue one or more of the following actions. Utilize the AHDRP process to revise or amend housing plans prior to the December 31st, 2025 deadline in coordination with the Pinelands Commission and other relevant agencies, and or if necessary, enter expedited court proceedings in early 2026 to resolve outstanding disputes while maintaining municipal immunity from builders' remedy lawsuits as provided under current statutory timeline procedures. These mechanisms exist precisely to address circumstances where state environmental protections and housing obligations intersect and conflict. Seeking relief through established legal channels is both prudent and responsible, and far preferable to advancing ordinances that may later be invalidated or subject to enforcement action. Affordable housing obligations must be met in a manner that is environmentally responsible, legally compliant, and coordinated with all governing agencies. Environmental constraints are not obstacles to be overridden. They are critical public infrastructure that protects water quality, public safety, and regional ecosystems.
So, Ms. Cipriani, a couple things. First of all, thank you, Ms. Reynolds. If you could elaborate on some of, first of all, I think the big question I think a lot of residents want to know about is about that Pinelands letter. So if we can start with that and then circle back to some of the other environmental questions that she asked. Thank
Sure.
you.
So I'll talk about the Pinelands letter. I just do want to remind the council and the public that this first ordinance that is up for vote, AH1, is the non-Pinelands version. So the other ones that follow AH3 and AH3.1A are in the Pinelands, but this particular ordinance is not. However,
so if you don't mind answering it anyways, because she spoke.
I was going to say, however, the issue has been raised, and I know it's important to a lot of people. So the basic thing, and I think that there was an allusion in the last speaker to this. So the reason that we're here at all is because of the affordable housing line. And I think she said correctly, there are two main public policies that are at issue here. One of them is the public.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry,
madam.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask the not collector, but I did not.
Ma'am, ask me through the chair. Okay.
No, I said that she alluded to that the last speaker made a reference. She made an allusion to the fact that there is a policy in requiring us to have an affordable housing plan, and also there's an important public policy regarding environmental protection, and that both of those things are true. So an allusion with an A. So where we are right now on the affordable housing section is that by December 31st, we are in the process. There is in this round a new legislative requirement for process, which we are engaged in. We have developed a plan. That plan was approved by the planning board, developed as part of the master plan, and it has been endorsed by Fair Share Housing, which is very important in terms of getting a finding of compliance, ultimately, which will give us the protection from builder's remedy and other exclusionary zoning litigation. And that's important because it allows us to retain some local control. I know right now it doesn't feel like local control, but when there are those lawsuits, we lose all control, including over zoning aspects, not just in terms of densities, but in terms of setbacks and building height and all sorts of the other zoning restrictions that the council has worked to put into place. So that's where we are now. So right now, and I will address the question about the process and trying to get more time. But right now, by the end of this year, 12/31, A recommendation will be made to the affordable housing judge, and there will be a hearing, most likely in January, potentially in early February, at which if we do not have a compliant plan, we will lose that immunity. In terms of getting extensions, we have asked and will continue to ask for extensions. And though the law does provide that process, and in past rounds, we have been successful thus far in this process, in this round, the courts have been very slow to give extensions of any kind. We were able to get at one point a 30-day extension. That has not been the case now, and Fair Share is not cooperating thus far with any requests for extensions. So though we will make those requests, we cannot rely on getting them in terms of what the council does tonight. So in terms of the letter from Pinelands, and as I said, that's not this first ordinance, it's the second two. As was correctly said, the township received a letter from Pinelands, having reviewed the two Pinelands ordinances, which encourages the township to encourage tabling these ordinances in order to address these issues in consultation with the commission staff. The commission staff is willing to meet and discuss all the Pinelands area sites contained within the township's fourth round housing plan and work with the township to address its affordable housing obligation in a manner consistent with the Pinelands CMP, Comprehensive Management Plan. So that's going to happen no matter what. This is a common process, and where an ordinance is adopted, it's sent to Pinelands for review. Pinelands says we have concerns. And from Pinelands' perspective, since they only have that one concern, their concern is protecting the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan and the Pinelands regulations. That is their sole concern. So from their perspective, it makes sense to table the ordinances. But the township has to balance both those concerns and the need to have a compliant plan. No ordinance in the Pinelands is enforceable or effective until it has been certified by Pinelands. So if the governing body does proceed with adopting the ordinances tonight, including the Pinelands ordinances, that is protecting the plan, the affordable housing plan, to be determined compliant to keep immunity while that process of meeting with Pinelands and seeing if an agreement can be worked out that meets Pinelands' concerns and the township's concern can be done. If not, the township has preserved its immunity and will then have to come up with replacements for any units that cannot be worked out with Pinelands, but it does give that preservation. In terms of the other issue that was raised regarding environmental protection and keeping things, and there were a list of wetlands, for recharge, the Pinelands, obviously.
C1.
The C1 and the buffers. There is nothing in the affordable housing plan or the affordable housing overlay that can change or the quality of lands. I spoke earlier when another gentleman came up about the quality of the lands. If something is unbuildable, it's a wetlands buffer, it's a category 1 buffer, it's impermissible because of interference with the aquifer. There is nothing in this ordinance which allows someone to build on lands that are environmentally constrained and unbuildable. And so that does not change. If lands are constrained in that way environmentally because of needs of environmental protection, they remain constrained and not buildable. And additionally, any project, if it's an aspect where it's not environmentally constrained, but because of certain aspects of a particular site, there are environmental concerns. Every application has to go through site plan and review, and those additional environmental issues that don't amount to an environmental constraint under state law may be considered in that regard. But if it is a wetlands buffer, if it's a category 1 buffer, all of those things remain protected regardless of the ordinance.
Adamite, I just want to make a point. I am on the Township Environmental Commission. I actually do want to make a comment in my formal capacity for just 10 seconds to express my disappointment in our township, the mayor, the entire council, strictly for the purpose that that Pinelands letter never made its way to the Environmental Commission. Furthermore, it actually never made its way to the public. So thank God it was made public, because residents of the town would just assume that all these outside agencies that we need approval from have no problem. And for the record, the Pinelands isn't an iron dome. They govern 50+ towns. They depend on our boards to be the safety net before bad applications get to them. They can't just catch everything. And now I would like to speak in an informal capacity as a concerned resident. What day was that Pinelands letter received by our township?
I can also tell you that the letter is dated December 4th.
Okay, and what day did our township hold an affordable housing roundtable event?
It was last Tuesday.
What date is that?
Pull out my
This
calendar.
Tuesday is the 17th or the 10th?
I think it was the 9th.
So so our township, particularly, what is the affordable housing specialist's name?
Miss Apty.
Miss Apty? Okay, Miss Apty and attorney Robin LeBou from your law firm would have been privy to those concerns, correct?
So Adam, it's connected to your first question. I'm gonna respond to that. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you continue asking your questions. I don't want to waste your time.
Okay, because the law firm that's representing us was informed of these concerns, but when residents at that meeting specifically asked about the Pinelands concerns, there was no mention of it. Right? Ms. Apty, I specifically asked you, how does the township plan to mitigate outside agency approval?
Please direct it to-
Specifically the
Adam,
Pinelands.
Adam, please
excuse
direct it to me.
Specifically the Pinelands.
Excuse
And
me.
gave you fair housing act.
Adam, excuse me. With all due respect, direct it to me. I will direct it to the professional.
Why would our township officials who are privy to outside agency concerns not address them when directly asked about them? Yeah. Your law firm was CC'd on it. Attorney Robin LeBou and Ms. Apty were CC'd on it. Mr. Bernstein,
Sure.
you were CC'd on it.
Sure.
Why didn't you make this public? And why, when directly asked about it, the truth was not disclosed?
Sure. So you ready for me to answer? I don't want to waste
Yes,
your time. Sure. So first of all, with regard to the Environmental Commission, I actually did speak to the chairman of the Environmental Commission this afternoon.
Yeah.
And we had a very good conversation because he sent an email.
Great.
The Environmental Commission, I think under this council and administration has been getting a lot of support, but there's a process in place, and that process is everyone has their bite at the apple at the appropriate time.
So you didn't feel like the Environmental Commission needed that letter?
At that point, the Environmental Commission is, and Ms. Cipriani, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Environmental Commission will have its due time and due process to ask the appropriate questions. With regard to,
Doesn't major development require submission to the Environmental Commission?
Can we address the Environmental Commission question?
Sure. So as far as the Environmental Commission,
Actually, before I would like my time. What were the specific concerns that the Pinelands mentioned? Because you stated it's the Pinelands' jobs to protect their corridors. Ultimately, saying it's their jobs to say no when people develop in there, but that's not the case. What were the 3 specific reasons the Pinelands mentioned? And I have them if you'd like me to. I just want to be clear what the Pinelands was concerned about. They were concerned about the intensity, correct? Can you confirm that the Pinelands was concerned about the intensity of the affordable housing ordinance?
so I just want to be clear. So, sorry.
The 3 things the
Yeah,
Pine, no, actually, I'm going to take my time
I'm
back
sorry,
respectfully.
just one
There
second.
were 3
Just
particular,
one-
there
yeah,
were 3,
one-
Ms. Cipriani, please, I
one-
only have 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's
There
why I
were-
don't want to take your time.
There were
Ask your
there were
question, and we'll
3 particular problems, quote, concerns that the Pinelands had. 1 was the intensity. 2 was the lack of environmental infrastructure relative to septic and water quality. And the 3rd, I can't remember it right now, but the paper's in front of you. There's specific reasons they mentioned. It's not just they said no to say no. They have particular concerns, and I think you should notify the residents what those particular concerns are. Yeah, right? I rest my case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just in case you have questions for me.
Yeah, sure. No. You can sit down. Ms. Cipriani will respond. It's not a question and answer session.
Okay, so in terms of the issues that were raised, I'll take them in reverse order. The letter, which I understand has been posted and raises several concerns regarding ordinances. So there's the intensity of development in rural development areas and Pinelands villages. Talks about management area redesignation, and talks about the fact the area, and I'm obviously summarizing, the area does not include significant environmental limitations, and the use of Pinelands development credits is required for a percentage of the development units permitted. The Pinelands does express a number of concerns, and they are specific about those concerns, and the process remains the same, whether the process were now or after adoption, the process remains the same. The township is going to have to meet with the commission staff, go through the concerns in this letter, go through any additional concerns that the commission staff has, and then try and meet those concerns. And that either would be, by going through the existing ordinance, and the result of that conversation is that Pinelands does not feel that they have continuing concerns with certain things, or the ordinances may have to be amended in the future. As I said, an ordinance that is not certified by Pinelands in the Pinelands area is not effective. So absolutely, their concerns have to be addressed. In terms of the Environmental Commission and the role of the Environmental Commission, the role of the Environmental Commission is to comment, as I think you said, on major applications. When those applications come in, they will have that opportunity to comment on those applications and with regard to any ordinances that are in effect. Those may or may not be these ordinances, depending on what the process with Pinelands are. The purpose of the ordinance and the reason the ordinances are on now has to do with the affordable housing portion. But the environmental concerns, the specific ones raised with Pinelands, concerns raised today, are all things that will have to be addressed before the ordinances are enforceable. As far as what happened at last week's meeting and whatever the frame of the question was, I was not there and I do not know. But right now, all I can say is that the letter was received. It is not unexpected. This has been a process that has been in place with Pinelands ordinances in many of the municipalities, and certainly in Jackson in the past, where an ordinance in the Pinelands is adopted and then the process is engaged in with Pinelands. Ultimately, there's an agreement reached, the ordinance is amended, and then Pinelands certifies it. But no ordinance, including these, and I'm talking about A3 and A31, are effective until certified by Pinelands. What the township is doing is demonstrating its commitment to an affordable housing plan approved by the planning board and found compliant by Fair Share Housing, but the ordinances are not effective until and unless approved by Pinelands. And if they are not, then hopefully we'll remain immune and have to come up with an alternate plan. But the ordinances will not be effective until issues are worked out with Pinelands to the extent that they can certify and will certify ordinances.
Mr. McGuckin, I want you to elaborate for a second.
Many people in this room were present for the hearings and ordinances on the religious schools and religious facilities and the Pineland zoning changes and the non-Pineland zoning changes. The township adopted those ordinances. They were referred to Pinelands. They did not take effect and could not take effect until Pinelands approved them. It took at least a year before Pinelands, after meetings with the township, approved an amended version of that ordinance. And we've all been through, a lot of people in this room have been in those hearings. That's the purpose of the Pinelands regulations. That's their job. And that's exactly what the township did. We adopted the ordinance, we met with them, we addressed their concerns, and they agreed in the end that these types of ordinances with these changes were acceptable. And I anticipate something like that would happen here. They will properly address their concerns. The township has to address their affordable housing concerns in consultation with them. And this ordinance cannot take effect until they approve this version or an amended version at some point in the future, just like we did for religious institutions and houses of worship in the Pinelands area in 2024 and 2025.
Bressi?
So, Mr. McGuckin, Ms. Cipriani, so what you're saying is all this is doing is protecting our immunity and moving everything to the Pinelands to see where they go with it. And if the Pinelands doesn't move on it, nothing can happen.
That's correct.
But it does still, we have the ability to protect our immunity from builder's remedies in this process and then present it to the Pinelands.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, order. Okay, Mr. Catoner.
Ray Catoner, I live in Jackson. I am on the Environmental Commission. I'm here as a resident. I do agree that should have been disclosed in the roundtable. We were throwing out ideas, and we should have actually had that letter so we can discuss it. Especially, it's all about what we're going to do for affordable housing, and an explanation, a very good one from Council President Morty. I'm glad that you held the meeting. But I also want to know, under the current metrics of the 10% and 20%, to meet our 1,000 affordable housing obligation, how many homes has to be built?
Ms. Cipriani?
So to a certain extent, it's going to depend on the individual projects and the densities for the projects. But, you know, so I can't give you a definite number, but you can do
How
with
about
20.
a range? I'll accept the range.
Yeah, I mean, I would say 4,000 to 5,000.
That's it? 5,000 on those ratios?
Isn't that 20%?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Because I found even though the roundtable was interesting, I found your legal counsel's narrow conventional approach pretty bland, to be honest. There's other townships doing much more than what we're doing. In fact, I did give a proposal that we can float a municipal bond and actually and build our own units to cover our affordable housing mandate. Versus having to build 5,000 homes, we can borrow money at a very cheap rate. We can issue a municipal bond, actually collect the rents, and we would throw out positive cash flow and not have to destroy our township with 5,000 units throughout the whole township. I was hoping that would be explored. I think we need to table this to actually look into that. I think the cost of building an infrastructure to handle those 5,000 units, have you done any research on how many children we're anticipating and what will need to be done to accommodate the additional housing over those 10-year timeframe? Do we have a number? Do we have an estimate of how many kids per household?
So, Ray, I don't want to take your time. I'm just writing down your questions, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's pretty much. And then also I was disappointed. I asked for the affordable housing fund that we have from your legal counsel, and I couldn't be provided a total. I thought if you're going to be at a presentation, we should know how much cash is sitting in our account.
Sure. Ray, let me know when I'm
All
ready.
right.
Yeah.
And also I brought up a DCA Affordable Housing Trust Fund that most towns apply for on an annualized basis. You got townships getting $3 million to help in their affordable housing. Your attorneys did not seem to even know that existed. So if you could answer those questions, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So I'm going to start off, Ray. So I think, first of all, let's just talk about the roundtable. I think it was a step forward. I don't think it was a step backwards. I think it was something that was never done before. And I'm not going to say that we are perfect here. Yes. We're trying. And I think really, to speak for, I don't want to speak for all my colleagues, but I think I could definitely portray a certain sentiment here, is that we are definitely trying. We are trying to balance all the various elements that we have various responsibilities to, whether it's environmentally sensitive areas, whether it's it's the issues that we have with the affordable housing mandates. I think it's important to point out is the 1,000 and the plan was adopted already by the planning board. And yes, the only member of the current council who sat in the planning board was myself. That plan was adopted unanimously by the members of the planning board multiple months ago, and we did. You brought up some valid ideas by that roundtable, and I went back and I have answers on some of them. But that, like I said, the roundtable came up. It was an idea that I had. I discussed with some of my colleagues. We thought it was a good idea. It was the first time, and like I said, we could have maybe in certain parts been more prepared, and I'll admit when we could have done better. But I think overall it was a step in the right direction. I did check in. We have approximately $6.2 million in our affordable trust fund, which has various different parts of how to get spent, and I'll let Ms. Cipriani respond to. I know there's a percentage of it that has to go to rehab. There's also a percentage that needs to go to other expense, rental subsidies, if I remember correctly. So we definitely have money. So, but it's not a lot of money. And based on the research that I did after speaking to you, and we spoke a couple mornings, early in the morning, is it costs approximately between $150,000 to $200,000 per unit to build. That's based on the initial research that I did. In order to build, if we knock out of the 6 million, let's say get it down to 5 after some of the other expenses involved, we're not talking about building a lot of affordable houses. I'm not arguing that maybe we could build a couple. I'm not disagreeing with your calculation. But if we look at the water sewer expenses that cost to build units, and I've never built anything besides for light bulbs in my house, it's extremely expensive, water and sewer, and some of those calculations. So I think the town did look into it, and my understanding is generally we don't try to give government more jobs, and we believe in small government. And if we're going to give the government the job of building and developing, we'd also have to require giving up some of our open space inventory in order to build some of these affordable plans.
Yeah, but have we verified that? Do we have additional space? Secondly, let's say there's 2 kids to a house.
So I'm answering, and you can come back the next time. So, and now, Ms. Cipriani, if you could just add anything more.
Yeah, just a couple of things. So to stick with the trust fund for a second, by our by our ordinance, which echoes the regulation and our spending plan that's been approved by the state, 30% of the affordable housing trust has to be used for subsidies for low and low residents. And we also have to use that for our rehab obligation for the rehabilitation of substandard units occupied by people meeting the affordable income standards. So 2 separate
I
things.
understand where that goes. I just asked for the amount, not the usage. And I would like to add, you're talking about costs.
Right. We give you extra time. Let the attorney answer, and then you can come back again.
No, she answered the question. I just wanted the total amount. You want to go further, you can.
No, that's it
Okay.
on the spending plan. As far as the all affordable, that was something that we had looked into, but there are a couple of things. One, to get near 1,000 units, in doing an all affordable project, the courts and fair share and the state will not approve anything. It's usually they want to see no more than 60 to 80 units. Even let's say magically we could get them to approve a 100-unit project. They're never going to approve a 1,000-unit project. And I think there's a real question whether you would want a 1,000-unit all affordable project. But since that wouldn't be approved, let's say we could get approval for 10 100-unit projects, then we have to go and not only provide the land and the costs for building them. And the problem is, there are a couple of problems, but one is that in terms of the cost, under the law, the municipality does not have an obligation to spend its own money for affordable housing, because even with the plans that are available, and there's a lot of towns that are putting in for that, there are some state funds available. It's not going to cover an obligation
We
like
can
this.
do a mixture. In other words, with the builder, also utilize their properties.
Right. We heard the idea. Let Mr. Cipriani finish, and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the problem, with the bonding, obviously, we have debt service now. We're building and running the affordable housing projects on the taxpayers, which
Right.
we try and avoid. And in terms of open space, Council President mentioned you going into our open space inventory.
Right.
As I think you're aware, we have to be really careful with that. Some
Mhm.
of that open space is in our Rossi, then it would require a diversion. So then that's the acquisition of additional space. So that becomes a complicated, at any scale, that becomes a complicated issue. As far as the number of children calculated, if the township had run any such numbers, we would not be allowed legally to make that any part of our calculation. That is not legally a consideration that a municipality can use when assessing its affordable housing
I
and
wasn't
planning.
suggesting that. I was
Oh.
suggesting the cost of building schools. If you have two.
Mr. Katona, come back by the next ordinance. It's the same question you have.
Okay.
Yeah, now I just want to answer, thank you for your time. I just want to answer the exact amount as of 4 days ago was $6,178,793.41. That was,
Do you have a total 12 months ago or no? In front of you?
I didn't get that,
Okay,
no. I
thank you.
apologize. But I can get that for you if you
That's
know how to
fine.
find
We'll
me.
get it.
Yeah, thank you. Who's next?
Hello, Jennifer Galarza, Toms River, formerly of Jackson. I just want to know if you guys are aware of the lawsuit that was settled with Toms River as far as their affordable housing obligations are concerned. They've taken a lot of the units that they already have. They've extended the deed restrictions. They're making a lot of the units that they currently have affordable. I understand that Jackson 21 doesn't currently have any affordable units, or it's not what it was initially supposed to be. Are you guys aware of that? How they kind of consolidated the units and made them kind of segregated from the rest? So I don't know if the residents are aware of the lawsuit that was won by Toms River, but if I could just read a little bit of it to explain it. Toms River Mayor declares victory in affordable housing lawsuit. Toms River has secured a 10-year affordable housing deal that limits new construction to 186 units while looking in affordable for hundreds of existing apartments, avoiding what officials called a building boom. On Wednesday, which is last week, the Township Council approved a settlement for the Fair Share Housing Center to resolve a lawsuit over the municipality's obligations under New Jersey affordable housing rules. The settlement resolves the township's affordable housing commitment for the next 10 years. Mayor Roderick's administration had challenged the state's latest calculations, which set housing targets for all 564 municipalities through 2035. Those figures released called for more than 146,000 low and moderate income units statewide. Toms River was among 160 municipalities contesting the numbers. We are not contesting the numbers.
One second, I'll let you continue asking.
Okay.
Unless you want me to answer in the middle of you, I don't want to take your time.
Okay.
Jen.
Under the settlement, the township will allow construction of 186 new affordable units, 48 apartments, 134 on Route 70 West, and 4 converted office spaces. The office conversion will include 20 additional market rate apartments likely to become summer rentals. Roderick praised the settlement as a way to prevent overdevelopment. To avoid a larger building boom, Toms River will also preserve affordability in existing apartment complexes. While the township's initial plan proposed 470 deed restrictions, the final deal requires 448 extensions on current affordable units plus 70 additional deed restrictions for a total of 518. A deed restriction, if nobody knows, is a legal agreement that keeps a property designated as affordable housing for a set period, preventing it from being sold or rented at market rates. The township will use about $9 million from its Affordable Housing Trust Fund to finance these restrictions. They took the challenge head on with a unique and comprehensive plan that initially submitted 470 new deed restrictions on existing apartments. This plan was not just about meeting state requirements, it was about protecting our community from a continuation of the overdevelopment that has plagued our community. The settlement also resolves a dispute over the gap period between fair share claim Toms River owed 1,900 extra units. Instead, the township will add 70 deed restrictions to cover the obligation. Without a deal, Roderick said, the town could have faced requirements for 1,765 affordable units, potentially triggering thousands of market rate apartments under Builders Remedies lawsuit. The Fair Share Housing Center praises the outcome. The agreement includes a clause that excludes the project. That means nothing. The calculation follows a law Governor Murphy signed in last year. The law standardized obligations for municipalities throughout the state to build more housing while further protecting them from lawsuits. So my question is, have we considered using some of the high-density housing that we already have to meet this obligation? And why are we not involved in this lawsuit?
Sure. So first of all, I just want to make sure, because I want to look up that article later. Where was that article posted? I just want to make sure I got the right.
NJ.com, I believe.
Was NJ.com?
Yeah, NJ.com.
NJ.com? Okay, so thank you. And I would ask you if you can send it to me after. You know how to find me. So a couple things. First of all, I think the attorney referenced before is that I want to make sure I got all of your questions in place, is the process of, we do not currently have expiring, a substantial number of expiring rentals or units currently in town. It is something the township did look into, but our numbers do not reflect that opportunity that hopefully in the fourth round we will have, the fifth round, I apologize, we're currently in the fourth round, about 250 that we could hopefully credit towards our fifth round, but currently we do not. And part of the reason for that, like Mr. Cipriani said before, is because Jackson Township sold off their units in previous rounds when we were allowed to legally to other urban centers, which currently doesn't exist. So we do not have some of those expiring numbers that maybe Toms River has, and Toms River had a lot of apartments that were built in Toms River. With regard to Jackson 21, I'm not aware of that they do not have an affordable responsibility of 20%. That's something we definitely could look into. Councilman, yeah?
21 has their share, it's built so far, and the apartments that have their percentage of affordable there, and on Freehold Road, they have a standalone of 88 units there. As they
How about the
continue-
ponds? Does the ponds have any affordable
They will be
units?
having them as they go in, yes. They've been, they're doing their commitment. They were held up for years from the county with the roadways and stuff. But in the apartments that you see, the 21 on County Line, they have their percentage they need in there for affordable. When you go around Freehold Road, you'll see the apartment that they built on Freehold Road. That's 88 units right there. And as they continue, they will add the rest, but that is being done.
So now, Ms. Cipriani, if you could just add, because it's 5 minutes already, if you could just explain how we got to our number. I know former Mayor Reyna negotiated what the request was, what the gap number is. So just for Ms. Garza's.
But more importantly, why are we not joining the lawsuit fighting this? That's my bigger question.
Sure.
Yeah, so we are in the same kind of litigation that Toms River was. The exception is regarding the number, but what happened with Toms River is in essence what has happened with us. And when they're trying to work out that agreement, that is what we are doing as well, when they talk about having reached an agreement with Fair Share. So the towns, all of the towns adopted their number. There was a state number, either they adopted number or they challenged it. And then they came up with a plan, and then either Fair Share and developers challenged the plan. So that's what was going on in Toms River, and that is what is going on with us as well. That's why these ordinances are being considered, why we talk about losing immunity, because we are in that litigation. We have 3 developers that have intervened as well as Fair Share. So we are in litigation now. We've had challenges filed to our plan, and that's what we're trying to address.
But doesn't it make sense to table it until you're done with litigation?
No,
No.
It does not, because it only would make sense if we could get an extension of our immunity from more lawsuits and what are called builders remedy lawsuits, and there are other kinds of challenges. If right now, today, we have immunity from those lawsuits still coming from the 3rd round and our immunity there. So what we're looking to do is continue that immunity to keep the control. So that's, somebody else had said, why aren't we applying? We are looking to get extensions, but The court has not. Part of the reason that Tom's River settlement is now, and you're going to see, if you look for it throughout the state, you will see reports of agreements being reached now because of this 12/31 deadline for a recommendation to then the Affordable Housing Judge, and then you may see some more in January, early February. As far as our number, so you had read Tom's River's number. In 2024, in order to try and get in front of the litigation and have that additional time to develop the number, former Mayor Arena had entered into negotiations with Fair Share to set Jackson's number. So originally, Fair Share had said they thought Jackson's number for the fourth round, which is what we're planning for now, would be, it was 15 or 1,600 units. And that's just for the fourth round. That number was negotiated down to 750. So that's the fourth round number that Jackson settled at. You also referenced the fact that Tom's River had a gap number. And they were able to settle that with, I think, 70 new units. In here, Jackson had a gap number of 600, and the agreement with Fair Share took that gap number to 250. So when we talk about 1,000, that's 750 for the fourth round obligation and 250 for that gap from the third year. And there was a gap for the third year because of so much litigation over the regulations of the third round that instead of being 10 years, which as you just referenced is the normal period for a round under the statute, the third round was actually 26 years long, which is what created that gap. That's not a normal part of the number.
Okay, just one more.
No,
thing.
can you come back again? We give you extra 2 minutes, Jen.
Okay, just one more thing. You might not want to sell. You might not want to sell all the schools until we figure out what's going on.
Carlos Martins, Jackson. Once again, I came with a list of things I wanted to talk about and related to this ordinance, but I got sidetracked. I do have a question, but I got to lay a foundation first. So if you allow me to lay a foundation, I think that's a legal term. You guys use it all the time.
And just, just interrupt for a second. On the record, you're not speaking as a zoning board member, right? Usually you're good about that.
I'm not speaking as a zoning, as I'm speaking as a resident. Okay. So we have very smart residents here. And I know, I'll just single out my friend, because I do see him as a friend, close friend, Adam. He's very knowledgeable. I think that's evident, right? He has a lot of energy and a lot of passion. And sometimes that reflects itself in ways that aren't as formal as we like to be here. But I think Chris actually mentioned this the other time. It was an attorney that kind of called talking about a child and all that. And that's just wrong. And so I do appreciate the way you guys during here have been treating my friend Adam.
Adam's a good guy.
And others, and others that are back there. And it's because the passion, right? Because this stuff does impact our lives. We live here, right? I mean, you can't help it but be personal. This is where my family
Carlos,
lives.
interrupt for a second. Are you talking about the ordinance or are you talking about Adam?
I'm talking about the ordinance.
Because you can talk about Adam by public comment. Okay.
I just wanted to make that point because it does feed into my final question. Okay. So I would though ask to respect the other residents, so to not speak out when you're explaining something because we want to hear you, but we can't if somebody else is yelling from the back. So I'll say that. So with that all said, my experience with you has been, it's obviously extremely knowledgeable about the facts, right? And I do think you're a straight shooter and honest person. So my question to you is, if you are on our side, and I was to ask you, has the council, has the township done everything they can to protect our wetlands, our wildlife, our environment? From just, you know, all the legal stuff aside, have we really done everything possible?
Please don't call out.
That's my question. Hopefully I laid a good enough foundation for you.
Mr. Cipriani, he directed it at you, so you can go for it.
Mr. Owens, I would answer you this way. If in light of the township's obligation to come up with an affordable housing plan and then to draft the ordinances in ways that consider the environment and to consider the environment and how they do it. And as I said, because the underlying protections remain in place for the environment, then the answer is yes. I will say to you that you said this is personal, and of course, because you live here, and it is, of course, it's personal for everyone, and it's all the development. And I had referenced this earlier on. It's a very difficult position for the governing body because of the need to balance out all the different things that they're trying to do. One, protect the environment. One, protect from the residents that are here, protect from overdevelopment, and at the same time, comply with the law and provide a plan for affordable housing. And there is no way that such a plan, when I've been doing affordable housing for many, many years, I have never seen a plan, that people are going to like, because it always involves more development, always. And that's not something that is often welcome. But I think that the council has done a very good job of trying to balance out those protections with the obligation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Cipriani, also, no matter what we do here with this, those outside agencies, DEP, Pinelands, nothing's overlooked. They still have jurisdiction over that, no matter what, correct? None of that's not erased at all.
Pinelands continues to have jurisdiction over what Pinelands has jurisdiction of. Again, the ordinances in the Pinelands area are not effective unless certified by Pinelands. And so their concerns will be addressed. They will have to be addressed, or another path will have to be found. DEP's regulations cannot be impacted by township ordinance. There is no ordinance this council could adopt that would alter DEP's regulations and their requirements in the slightest degree. They are a state agency. Their requirements and regulations and processes take precedent over ours, and there's nothing we could do to change it, nor has the council tried to change it.
Okay.
If I could just elaborate for 1 second, I was planning on saying this at the end, but I'm going to say it now. I think Mrs. Cipriani, you could attest, and I think some of my colleagues on council could attest also, this is a very difficult, and Mr. Cipriani could relate to the fact, or Mr. McGuckin, those late phone calls and early phone calls during the day where the stress level is enormous, where we are under litigation, where I've had full support of the council and the mayor's office to fight tooth and nail, making sure these challenges aren't successful. And some of them have taken a personal toll. I'm just going to be very honest. I think you can look at me and see I've aged through the process because it's complicated. There's a lot of pressure put on the town. We come to these mediation settlement meetings where the judges are very pro, just settle and just allow for more units. And I'm like, why would we allow for more units if we hit our number? And the judge is like, I want you just to consider 2 of the projects, 3 of the projects, 1 of the projects. And I'm like, and you can tell I could ask Ms. Cipriani, I said to her, the guidance that the governing body is giving right now, if we feel that our plan was signed off by Fair Share Housing, we're willing to go to court and we're willing to battle to support our plan and not to allow another ounce of iota, because we feel that we are doing what's in the best interests of complying with that plan, and we have the Fair Share Housing so I think this council to just for my sake is fighting tooth and nail and doing our utmost best to protect the environment and to comply with our state mandates so we don't turn into what we don't want to turn into.
Okay. Am I allowed to respond
No,
to that?
next,
Or
later.
Okay, later. I have
Later,
more to talk.
later.
I have more to say later.
Okay, only one time. Adam, you come up next ordinance. There's 2 more. Adam, there's 2 more ordinances, okay?
Hi, Kim Reale, Jackson. So I have a couple of questions. One is, I understand what you're saying. We have to do some type of an immunity, because if we don't, they're just going to let the state come in and take over and do what needs to be done. But can we only approve the first ordinance, which is just a standard ordinance on, I'm assuming that's like County Line Road, where the commercial and the this and that, versus the other two ordinance, which are the mixed use with the environmental issues that are going on. Would you be able to only do one and not all three?
Ms. Cipriani?
Yeah, so, no, in order to provide immunity, we could not, but that's why I keep making this point. So the first one is, as you said, it's not Pinelands, it's all that. The ones in Pinelands, in order to protect the immunity and show the commitment, we need to do that. But those ordinances will not be effective. Nobody can build anything, nobody can rely on them unless they're certified by Pinelands. Pinelands does have concerns that were expressed in that letter, so we're going to have to go and meet with Pinelands. In all likelihood, we're going to have to amend the ordinances in some way, and so that they do have to be adopted to show the commitment to the plan that the planning board passed, that Fair Share has signed off on, but they will not become effective because they will not be certified by Pinelands in their current form. When we have to satisfy Pinelands or they won't be certified and they'll never be effective.
Well, what about the Department of Environmental Protection?
So the DEP comes into play on the individual projects. So the DEP doesn't review the ordinances in the way that Pinelands does, but in any project that comes in, not, as part of the approval, and usually what you see, this comes up a lot, I do the zoning board, is they come for local approval first. Because when you go to DEP, they want to see that you have local approval. So every approval that's ever given at the local level you're going to see that it is subject to approval of outside agencies. So then they have to go to DEP. They have to go to the county planning board. They, depending where they are, they may have to go to Pinelands. They may have to go to another agency, but they always are going to have to get any necessary DEP approvals. So it's confusing sometimes because people will say, why are you approving this at the local board when it doesn't have DEP approval? They're entitled to come to us first and then go, but they always, if it's in an area, where there's something on the site that, like a category 1 stream, like wetlands, they're always going to have to go DEP, and DEP will then be able to put their regulations and their requirements on that. And they may or may not be able to do what they want to do. We've certainly had things that come back where a board has approved them. They go off to DEP. DEP is like, no, you can't do this. We find there's additional wetlands, whatever it may be, and then they have to come back.
Okay, my next one is, there are properties that you have chosen that were originally supposed to be schools or religious, and now all of a sudden they're not. And these are the properties that you're trying to turn now into the mixed use, the housing thing. One is Leesville. Leesville was supposed to be schools behind the Quick Check. Now all of a sudden it's 190 apartments with mixed use or whatever's going on there. Geneva's another one. It was supposed to be schools. The people who lived on Geneva went on a lawsuit against this, lost the lawsuit, and now it wants to be, now it's one of the lots that's been picked for, instead of schools and religious, which is part of the DOJ, that we were supposed to do this, this, and this. And now all of a sudden, we're not doing schools, we're doing affordable housing. Explain that to me.
Sure. So my understanding is that the various developers, with regard to the two projects, I think you're mentioning the Leesville and off of White Road, right? White Road?
So one's off Geneva, which is off of Chandler.
Okay, for that one, okay, fine.
All
So
right, that's one of them.
So
One's off of
those
Leesville,
developers,
one's off of
those
Farmingdale.
developers,
I keep
sure.
you
I don't think
a bunch.
I don't think those developers, and Ms. Cipriani or Mr. McGuckin, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think those developers lose those approvals. This is an overlay that they've made that decision that they want to consider other options for their properties. So they came and they submitted their plans to the planning board. Again, I just want to reiterate, you mentioned that we put these lots
I
in, the
understand
council.
that, but these people also came back to sue us to say we're all anti-Semitic or et cetera. And instead, they got their approvals for their schools, and now all of a sudden, they're not going to be schools. So it doesn't make sense to me.
They may be schools, they may not. The developer has that choice. They'll
Well, obviously, the ones on Leedsville are not going to be schools. They just said it's going to be 190 units. That's not a school.
Ms. Cipriani? or
Yeah,
Mr.
so
McGuckin?
as far as just generally, to take it generally and then go specific, for generally with the overlay, if there was, whatever the existing zoning was, or if there was an existing approval, that remains in effect. And then the overlay just provides an option to do the affordables. So that's basically the way so the existing zoning remains there and existing approvals remain in place. The overlay just provides another option. As far as any specific site where, somebody was going to do a school and, why did they fight for so hard for a school and now they want to do an affordable project? I can't answer that. It is, in terms of what that motivation of the developer was, but we are providing the opportunity to do the housing instead.
Well, I think
Mr.
everybody
Palmieri, I
needs to
think
be
you had
aware
a,
of this.
Mr. Palmieri, I think you had something.
If I could just ask, I want to clarify something with our attorney, and I was asking a lot of questions in exec session. I wanted to apologize to my council members. I did take up a lot of those question time, but this is new to me because first time on the council, we're going through this. This only happens every 10 years. If we, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, if we do not, or if we table these ordinances like some of the residents are asking, and we lose that immunity, it would be a short-term win today. We'd feel like we did something because we tabled them. But when the immunity is gone and the builder's remedy kicks in January, the builders, if you could just let me finish, I hear some noise back there. I was very respectful to everybody else. The builders that did not get into this master plan could then get in. And so instead of 1,000 units plus the 4,000 or 5,000 altogether, we could potentially see in a year or two thousands more. And there would be nothing we could do because we took this short-term win today. Is that about right? Or am I off?
No, you are correct. First of all, of course, you're correct in that it always feels good for the governing body to listen to the people in the room that feel strongly about something, and that does feel good. But you're absolutely also right about the other side of that, because if you don't adopt the ordinances, if you then abandon this plan, you don't get an extension. And as I said, the extensions have not been forthcoming. They really have not in this round. Then you lose immunity. And when you lose immunity, what happens is that any builder can come in. So right now we have 3 that we know that will come in because they have already challenged it. We're in that litigation with them now. We have 3 sites that have already said it's the Lakewood Golf Course Country Club. Project over at
Whitesville Road,
where they're looking for 1,200 units, and then the ShopRite Plaza where they're looking for
between 200 and 400 units.
240 units. Right, they're not in, and those are not in our plan. They're saying we want to be in your plan instead. And so if we lose immunity, they're lined up. We know they're coming, but there are also other developers in town and other parcels in town, either ones that are included in the plan or ones that missed the deadline for the plan. But now it wouldn't matter. So they can come in. And the thing with the builder's remedies are real, as I said, if you are a successful developer in a builder's remedy lawsuit and the court orders the zoning, so then our zoning doesn't matter. The court orders the zoning, and that zoning includes density, setbacks, building heights, lot coverage, all the things necessary to
Possible lack of tree permits? I mean, I know that's something people have brought up.
I mean, if they allow for the coverage, then that's happened before. If you go to the court and on a builder's remedy, not only bets are out, but there's also, to add insult to injury, not only is the township paying its own legal fees and professional fees, it's paying the fees of the builder's remedy plaintiff if they're successful. So it's a short-term, long-term analysis. And as I said, even though it doesn't feel this way, in some ways you are in a good position. You have a plan that's been approved. You have a plan that Fair Share signed off on. And even though it is a weird thing to say, the fact that Pinelands has these concerns is, we are making the commitment that the township has to that, but those ordinances are not effective. If they don't become effective, we can extend immunity. And if we have to, have time while still immune to consider additional options or replacement, not additional, replacement options if you have to. So it really is the additional protection. And for the people that are very concerned about the Pinelands portion, as I said, and those ordinances will not be effective until certified by Pinelands. And so Pinelands concerns, which are some of the concerns that have been shared by people in this room on other issues like environmental issues, will have to be addressed or they'll never be certified.
Can I respond to your question and why somebody would change from a school to housing? I think we all know the answer. Everything is done for money. Like, it's whatever they're going to make the most money on, and that's what it boils down to. I think we all know that. And a lot of the decisions being made are about money, and I think we all get it. I do think the town is doing some things to protect, the town, to protect certain things, but end of the day, everything's about the almighty dollar.
If I could just add to what Mr. Pollack said, is there are things, I know we're all talking about the overall, the concept of development, but there are definitely things, and I think one of the first speakers addressed a few of them, there are definitely certain restrictions. No ordinance is perfect, but there are definitely restrictions that if you go around and look at some of the other affordable sites in some of the surrounding towns, or even some of the ones that currently exist in Jackson that one of the residents or one of the people before spoke about, there are things in these ordinances, amenities and other things that do not exist in other developments in town, which are going to cost the developer more money than they would primarily want to spend. So I think we're definitely caught between, like Councilman, like you said, we have a short-term gain and we have a long-term vision, and sometimes or long-term consequences. And I think that's part of the question that we have to balance up here. Anyone else before we get to the next ordinance? If I could just, by raise of hands, who else wants to speak on this ordinance still before we get to the next one? If you spoke already, okay, I see one more, fine.
I just want to clarify, this is for all three public comment?
No, just the first ordinance.
Okay, so not 47.
Correct.
I'll wait.
Next, I saw one hand in the back. Oh, two hands still, okay.
Listen, you guys are going to meet with the Pinelands, okay? I believe that should be an open hearing. I believe everybody here wants to hear what's going on in closed doors, okay? Enough of everything with the closed doors. Have it in the open and be honest with us. So far I'm sitting here, haven't been at a meeting in a while. It seems like nobody's been honest yet. I'm listening to the attorney speak. I'm not sure if she works for Jackson citizens or the developers. I still haven't decided. But when you guys meet with the Pinelands, I want to know if we're invited to the meeting as taxpayers. In this township, that concerns us. Okay? The Pinelands are boarded, and this ordinance, I didn't get any notice from this ordinance, none, which I should have got a notice with this. So everything is trying to go under the table and get it past the citizens, the taxpayers, who pay your salary, you're supposed to represent. Well, start doing your job.
Thank you. I think there is one more person in the back.
Gaz Gaber, Jackson. With all due respect, I don't need to speak to the attorneys. You guys are just gonna, I'm not getting into legal stuff because you're just gonna turn me back and talking to the council directly, guys. You guys are here elected to take care of the people of your town, okay? That's why you guys are all here, right? You guys have that in your soul that you want to do that for us, okay? It seems that instead of caring about us, you're looking to care for out-of-town landowners, out-of-town developers, okay? Who don't have to deal with impacts to their wells and septic systems, to the overflows in their schools, to the crowding of their streets, all right? And everybody here feels very strongly about this, guys. But it feels like the people of the council are more concerned about immunity instead of caring about the people of their town, right? There are some of these landowners from out of town, some of these out-of-town developers. The landowners, some of them have people that currently have properties on those lands, and they're rented, and they're not on the rental list that we put together. So how do I trust that they're gonna follow rules when the properties are actually built. So you're gonna put in ordinances that they're not gonna follow. And it's just, it feels like you care more about immunity than actually any of us in this room. That's it.
Councilman Palmer, I think.
Yeah, if I can, I think caring about immunity protects all of us. I live here, I have 3 kids in the public school system. If we don't have immunity, instead of 1,000 affordable, you can have 3,000. So I do care.
6,000, per the fair share plan, 6,000 new units being developed.
And if we lose immunity, it could be 10 or 12, because all those developers we don't have in could come in. So we have to care about immunity, because I live here just like you. We will have double. We could have double. So we need that immunity. It's a balancing act that's forced down our throat by the state of New Jersey. The real fight is at the state level. So we have to do what we can to mitigate those problems here.
Why does it have to be 6,000 with 600 plus thousand square foot for commercial and office space? That's what the fair share plan is.
So, if I could just, I'm gonna make sure I understand your question. Why, you're saying why did the ordinances also include a mixed use of commercial?
Well, the mixed use commercial, that much commercial, as well as 6,000 total units, which is going to put a strain on our school systems, our natural greenery and walls and such.
Sure. So first of all, I think the number was 5,000. And like the attorney said before with one of the ordinances before, there are state administrative codes, to one of the first questions the first resident asked, that require, that say that if you're going to do a set aside, what percentage of set aside you're allowed to require, and we are complying with that. We try putting higher. We actually try putting 20% on the lower density developments, and the judge told us, pointed out to the administrative code, which we missed, and that's why we amended it according to the way the judge said it. So we definitely want the developers to put as many affordable, so we have as many of our units as possible with as least density as possible. Now, with regard to the commercial, that was a planning perspective that came up through the master plan and the hearings that were held in June and July of earlier in the year, where the plan was, and I saw this is a question the residents asked, are we going to see more commercial? So it's not going to be warehouse commercial. It's going to be light commercial of pizzerias, grocery stores, things of the NC type of commercial. And the planning of that was that if we're going to have more density, instead of everyone driving to the same spot for grocery stores, the same spot for restaurants, you spread it out, and you also get the commercial ratables, which from a tax perspective is always good. Could we have just set rooftops instead of commercial? Yes, that planning board could have said that. That wasn't the planning perspective that the planning board picked, and we are following through. I don't think we're legally obligated to have the commercial in there, but that was a planning perspective that was determined to be wise planning. But I hear your perspective.
How can we be so sure that things are going to be followed appropriately if some of these properties are currently being rented and not on the rental list? So we're not even following on our existing ordinances.
So I know this is about the ordinance, but I want to address that for a second. I think everyone in this council 100% supports a full crackdown on illegal rentals. And it's something that I mentioned in my opening comments. I've actually been very impressed with the way code enforcement has been going about it from the conversations I've had. And I know we got, I think it's 50 or 60 or maybe even 70 resumes for our new housing bureau. I think your job is to hold this council and the mayor's feet to the fire, making sure that these ordinances are enforced. And if you have an illegal rental that you're aware of, please send it to, I think the email address is I'm forgetting the exact email. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Rentals. I apologize. Chris, do you have it on there? We'll get it. There is an email address which is monitored by code enforcement, by Mr. Cheney from code enforcement and members, and I think Mr. Campbell. And I can tell you, I've seen more than one of those emails this week. Within 2 hours, there was a response and an investigation that started, and one of them already got some form of NOV. So we're trying, and there's always loopholes that people try to exploit. And I think something on this council that we're going to be working on in 2026 is finding whatever legal ways we can crack down, because rentals is a tremendous issue that I think everyone unanimously supports cracking down over here.
Before you vote on these three, think of everybody in this room and everybody in the rest of the town.
Thank you.
Seeing no one come forward, I move to close public forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-46.
I'll make a motion to adopt based on the previous round lawyers and their advice and the word immunity. And I think it's getting taken for granted because it's been used so much to preserve our immunity. Yes, you're preserving the fact that the state's not going to come in, and take over whatever they want to do. Height requirements, design requirements, density. If we lose immunity, we are open to that and builders' remedies. They have total control. We have no say. You say we're not doing our job now. If that comes in, we have no job to do with it because the state takes it over. So the word immunity might be penetrating enough that it has to be recognized. So if we can get these passed, maybe get the immunity protected, and then work with the pilots and stuff, and nothing happens till we work with them. That's how it happens. You can't go to them ahead of time for it. First, you have to get it. Just like the DEP. People say, why don't we get their stuff first for the applicants, the planning board? Well, in 2010, we tried to put that in the master plan to require an LOI at the time of application. It had to get thrown out because it's illegal. You cannot require it. And these agencies want to see what the final plan is and what you're committed to before they make their decisions. And that's why it's done this way. And for that reason, I'm voting yes.
I'll second it.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
No.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
So first, I just want to acknowledge the strength of these ordinances before I vote. Excuse me, sir, if you're going to be rude, let me have my time to speak. I gave you yours, Mr. What's the gentleman's name over there?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Huggy?
Yeah.
It's rude. It's very rude. Very rude. Let me have my time.
Let
to
him speak.
Please. It's very rude. Thank you. I want to acknowledge the strength of these ordinances. As I stated at our last meeting, these are some of the strongest affordable housing ordinances in Ocean County and possibly throughout the state. Meaning meaningful open space requirements, right? We had said this, 16% open space per development, which is very high standard for affordable housing. Strong deed restrictions to prevent abuse. Affordable housing units will be deed restricted, prohibiting the converting of basements and garages into living space. Basements in all units may not be accessible from the outside, preventing illegal rental conversions. We have smart development controls, phasing of amenities tied to development completion percentages, increased visitor parking requirements per unit, no on-street parking within 100 feet of any roadway intersection. Public safety protections are built in. Developments with 50 or more units must provide a minimum of 2 approved fire apparatus access points. Development with 150 or more units must provide a minimum of 3 approved fire apparatus access points. There's a lot of good in these ordinances, and these are the controllables, what we can control. And council worked hard to strengthen them wherever possible. Now, my position and vote. I oppose state-mandated affordable housing requirements, not because affordability isn't important, but because the state mandates remove local decision-making. Despite that opposition, the mandates exist. Doing nothing would invite the state to step in and impose far weaker standards. And from my experience on the Board of Education, I've seen firsthand what happens when the state takes over. Local voices lose influence. This vote is about choosing the lesser of 2 bad options. Passing strong local ordinances keep Jackson in control. And for that reason, I will vote yes, reluctantly, but responsibly, to protect our town from a far worse outcome imposed by the state. I want residents to understand clearly. I oppose the mandate, but I will always choose local control over state control. Thank you.
Council President Bernstein?
So I also really just want to echo, I think everyone up here is in a tough position. It's not a secret. You drive around Ocean County. Ocean County is being overdeveloped. It's definitely not a secret when it comes to that. And my concern is there are certain things that we put in, restrictions that we did put into these ordinances that do not exist in other towns. And like the councilman just mentioned, we restricted the design standards to the basements, making sure that would make it more difficult for someone to cheat and break our rules and rent out their basements. And we put parking requirements. There are people have brought up over the years of certain developments that were supposed to build commercial and certain amenities. They drive by, you just haven't seen them being built. And we put in a phasing process to ensure that you see those commercial, you see the community center, you see the recreation, the active recreation, the passive recreation. My concern is if we vote no on this ordinance is that we will have developments that are like developments and some of our neighbors to the West, I apologize. And I want to ensure that our developments, which we're going to have to build, are going to be smartly built and built in a way that could handle our infrastructure. So I reluctantly vote yes. Madam Clerk, before we go further, first of all, thank you to IT. The email for rental complaints is rentalcomplaints@jacksontwpnj.net. Again, rentalcomplaints@jacksontwpnj.net. I'm going to ask my council if they would be okay with taking a 5-minute break. We're not going anywhere. We're going to come right back, but a 5-minute break. Could I have a motion to take a 5-minute break?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. We'll be back.
Little clock and the cake.
I think they're in the clerk's office, but. Yeah. Christian, you can turn the live back on. Could you hit it back on? I just want to. It's on. Okay. We're waiting for the clerk, and then we're going to start back. Ready?
Coffee back there.
No. I didn't even drink out of it.
We're going to go back into the meeting. Chris, you want a coffee? We're going to wait one more minute. Sorry, I apologize. One more minute. We're getting one more coffee. Great. Took his jacket off. He's getting chilled.
I'm freezing
Leave
right
the
now.
tie on. Leave the jacket. You can have my jacket.
Yeah. That's a great idea. I'd like to do that one day. You and I switch jackets.
We're going to start back. Madam Clerk, IT, Christian, are we being recorded? Yeah, we're back live? Just making sure. Madam Clerk, we're back live? Yeah, we're back live. Madam Clerk?
The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2025-47, amending Chapter 244 Land Use and Development Regulation of the Code of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, and State of New Jersey to establish an inclusionary zone district overlay entitled AH3, providing affordable housing units to be developed subject to certain conditions and requirements. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clear for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Adam Heidi, concerned resident, speaking in an informal capacity. I have a simple question. The Pinelands letter. The last paragraph suggested we table the ordinance, correct? Right? What are you saying if we followed the guidance of the Pinelands, we would suffer builder's remedy? What you're saying under oath is the Pinelands suggested advice that would end up in our township getting sued. On the record.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Howell. I'm with Pinelands Alliance. I'm the public lands advocate. I'm here to ask you to follow the recommendation of the Pinelands Commission and move to table these two ordinances, 47 and 48. The township has an obligation to pass laws that are both legal and enforceable. Based on the letter sent on December 4th from the Pinelands Commission, these ordinances are neither. The Pinelands Commission's executive director has outlined substantial concerns that these ordinances violate the comprehensive management plan of the Pinelands in ways that are likely impossible to fix without a complete rewrite. I'm going to highlight a few instances. As drafted, these are attempting to place high density growth, 8 units per acre, into rural development and Pinelands Village areas of Cassville. These areas are designated by the commission to maintain the character of the community and to protect natural resources and wildlife. The commission clearly stated that this intensity of 8 units per acre is only appropriate within a regional growth area, not the rural zones where these ordinances have been drawn to create overlays. The commission explicitly notes that centralized wastewater systems are prohibited in rural development areas, and this ordinance would therefore require a developer to build infrastructure that they legally are prevented from building. Also, significant areas of these parcels are a critical watershed called the Toms River Corridor. In 2004, this township, Ocean County, and the Pinelands Commission invested years and millions of dollars to create the Regional Natural Resource Protection Plan for the Toms River Corridor. The commission has warned that rezoning these specific blocks and lots would conflict with these protections. And by attempting to pass this, the council would be attempting to undo 20 years of conservation planning the Jackson Township itself helped to create. This was a massive effort covering 17,000 acres designed specifically to protect water, quality, and threatened wildlife like the northern pine snake and corn snake. The state and county invested millions of dollars, and the effort here was that the land should be protected and that density would be lessened, reduced, not increased. In addition, I've been doing this for 10 years, and I've yet to see a municipality knowingly pass an ordinance that was explicitly in violation of the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan. There's no reason to do so. I understand you are under some pressure, but you could simply table these resolutions and introduce ordinances that conform to the Pinelands Comprehensive Management areas in appropriate areas like regional growth areas. So I urge you to table these resolutions and simply respect the residents here and the law that governs the Pinelands. Thank you.
Eleanor Haddam, Jackson, New Jersey. I guess I want to clarify a few things just for the record. I have had many interactions with the Pinelands Commission. I've spoken with many members of the Pinelands Commission. And quite frankly, the last one was the two major ordinances that were passed in 2023. And I actually contacted them and asked them, I said, did Jackson send you these two ordinances, the Pinelands and non-Pinelands ordinances that carved up Jackson? And they said, no. So I do know that these ordinances are supposed to be supplied to the Pinelands Commission long before it comes here. So that is incorrect. You can give me your gibberish, but I know the truth. Also, when it comes to the DOJ and the DOJ lawsuit, I just have to put this on the record because I really, really have a problem. I really have this problem trusting in anything that Ms. Cipriani is saying here, or the validity or legality of any of these ordinances, being the fact that she is the one that wrote the two unconstitutional ordinances that brought the DOJ lawsuit to Jackson Township. I really struggle with anything coming out of her mouth. So for the record, I know you or Ms. LeBlue, I know your law firm wrote these ordinances. So quite frankly, I'm sure there's some unconstitutional pieces in here, as I also have found, or my lawyers have found, in some of our other ordinances that Jackson Township refuses to change, knowing that they're completely unconstitutional. So with that said, and the Pinelands region that this applies to, I have to note that with these ordinances, the primary major investors that own these properties that you negotiated with, that you're doing this for, that I gained through open sources and a lot of time and research, happens to be Mordecai Eichhorn, Shagra Shore, Newman, Randy Johnson, Maurice Wolf, who is Jen Kuhn's institutional investor hiding up in Brooklyn, Ari Kotler, and Mordecai Hirsch. So with that said, we also have Mordecai Sternstein, another contributor to the PAC, by the way, who owns GMME Funding, who is also the PAC contributor, who actively recorded and finances multiple properties for Mordecai Eichhorn, and I'm not going to go into the list of all of his properties that he has financed that helped him maintain what he has today. But this activity centered primarily around Block 2301 and all the lots at Tell along South Hope Chapel. In September, the associated mortgages on these lots were discharged, and the recording actively ceased, indicating a pause or restructuring of the development footprint. Then in November 2025, a new notice of settlement was recorded involving Sternstein's funding firm and a new counterparty, referencing the same geographic area. After roughly 5 years of inactivity, a deliberate re-engagement of land and financing so that he can come into play with this situation. Because the corridor all along South Hope Chapel is all owned by Mordecai Eichhorn. We can then go into the active blocks and lots that are actively going to be in front of the planning board. High School, Shavla High School Phase 2, Whispering Woods. All these are filed by entities tied with the same names and addresses. Block 17-11701. This overlay includes the land owned by Mordecai Eichhorn, Rutherford Estates, in which about 6 months ago, not all of you, but you released his bond for Rutherford Estates. Usually when a development is in play and a developer has to post bond, the township holds on to the bond. He never finished the project, the road is in, and you release the bond. Shows collusion by this board.
Seeing no one come forward, I move to close public forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-47?
Second.
Councilman Bressy.
Same reason I stated for the previous one, I vote yes on this.
Councilman Pollock.
Going to vote no. It's the last meeting of the year, and it's like we're being held over a barrel. And I think this is why people have an issue with this. It's the last meeting of the year, and you're saying if we don't do this, the state's going to come in and they're going to give us more development. Nobody feels good about that. And that's a huge issue. I don't like how the process unfolded. This feels late. It feels under pressure. And I understand the township's trying to address its obligations. I appreciate that effort, but appreciation doesn't replace scrutiny. I was not involved in the early development of these plans, and I've raised concerns about the lack of clarity surrounding how these sites were selected, who the developers are, the political connections involved, and who ultimately benefits from these decisions. The reality is that the state has imposed affordable housing mandates on municipalities like Jackson. And there are consequences for noncompliance. That doesn't mean we should stop asking questions or accept rushed proposals under the banner of urgency. What concerns me is that there's inconsistencies. At our last meeting, we lowered density on one project. Yet now we're being asked to increase density elsewhere for other developers. Residents are right to question whether standards are being applied evenly. There's also environmental concerns, of course. Large portions of Jackson are located in environmentally sensitive areas. These conditions place real and unavoidable limits on what can safely be developed. And we've heard plenty about the Pinelands Commission that's raised substantial concerns, and they want it tabled. Now, I want to be clear where I stand. I don't support higher density development, and I don't think most of our council members do either. All right? I don't support 4-story buildings. I don't support growth that outpaces our infrastructure, environment, or our quality of life. Jackson is not a developer's piggy bank. It's for people, families, neighborhoods, and nature. My responsibility is fight for this town and keep asking the hard questions when decisions feel rushed or misaligned with our values. And there's ongoing concerns about political donations and relationships that make these votes difficult for many residents to trust. Even when decisions are legally permissible, the appearance of influence undermines public confidence. That's why next year I'm going to be pushing for ethics reform legislation. We need clearer rules, stronger safeguards, and real transparency, so there's no question about whose interests are being served. If we want to restore trust, we must change the way business is done in Jackson and prove that decisions are being made for the people, not for politics or financial convenience.
Council Vice President Palmieri,
Yes, I stated my reasons before. I vote yes.
Council President Bernstein,
So I vote yes, but I also just want to piggyback off one thing that Councilman Pollack said. I do think the state intentionally, and Mr. McGuckin could probably address this, intentionally set up the deadlines and the timeframes in a ways to put the burden at the end of the year, like you very well said. I think it's intentional by the Christmas and the Hanukkah seasons, and I think it reeks. And Mr. McGuckin, I think you have a little bit more information as the state legislator. If you could just share the process that went on in the state level when this was amended last, I think 18 months ago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legislation passed in a strictly partisan manner in 2024. In the New Jersey Senate, it passed 25-15. There are 25 Democrats and 15 Republicans in the New Jersey State Senate. Every Republican voted no. Every Democrat voted yes. The Democratic governor signed the bill into law, which set these timeframes, which set these requirements, required answers before the end of the year, and set very specific timelines as to what had to be done. This whole process with judges and adjudicators, all of that is included in that bill. It was vigorously objected to by every Republican member of the legislature. Unfortunately, we are outnumbered, and as a result, we have this statute, this framework, and we are stuck with having to deal with it.
Madam Clerk, continue. So I vote yes.
thank you. Motion carries. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2025-48, amending Chapter 244, Land Use and Development Regulation of the Code of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, and State of New Jersey to establish an inclusionary zone district overlay entitled AH3A, providing affordable housing units to be developed subject to certain conditions and requirements. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clear for the record. You have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Adam Mighty, I live in Jackson. Informal concerns. How can a builder, how would a builder take advantage of builder's remedy in the Pinelands? A builder wouldn't be able to build without the Pinelands approval, correct? Right, so if you guys were to table this or vote to deny it, and the builders did get the remedy, legally, they can't build in the Pinelands if the Pinelands says no, correct?
Before Ms. Cipriani responds, are there any other questions? That's a great question. Any other
Depends how you answer.
Okay. So just your time is
How
gone.
truthful?
Yeah, go.
You don't answer truthfully all the time. It's not a bad comment.
That's not true. But go on, Ms.
I'm
Cipriani.
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. What I'm going to tell you is, yes, you are correct that if a development is in the Pinelands, it requires Pinelands approval. So if we voted no and these ordinances went down, or if the ordinances are up, it still needs Pinelands approval. But here, now I'm getting, Scott, you're right. The result would be that without Pinelands approval, no one can build in Pinelands. So a builder could not take advantage to build in the Pinelands. What that would do is make sure that all the units and the builder's remedy suits could be anywhere else. So yes, it would protect the Pinelands portion, but it would do so at the cost of opening up the rest of Jackson to the builder's remedy lawsuits.
Okay, and what exactly, what are the parameters for something to qualify for builder's remedy? I imagine there's an exception, right? Let's say there was a sinkhole and we immediately needed to figure out what's going on with the sinkhole.
I'm not sure that I understand the sinkhole.
Are there any,
example.
is there any exception to the builder's remedy law?
Sure. So
Or it is what it is, even if it's the residents' health are at stake immediately, we have to
Right,
do
so-
it so we don't get sued.
Even with the builder's remedy, obviously, if it were, say, wetlands, let's take wetlands instead of the sinkhole, because I can understand it better.
Sorry.
That's okay. So if a builder came in and said, I have these acres of wetlands, now they're going to go to the court and they're going to have to be able to show that their site is buildable, right? So an all wetlands lot is not buildable. In that case, they are not going to be successful in getting a builder's remedy. But it's those kind of constraints that would have to be. So if they came in and said, I have now, I have 40 acres of buildable land, and I want to put 1,000 units on them, and I'm going to make 200 of them affordable. And our zoning doesn't allow for that. And they say in order to do that, it has to be, 6 stories high or whatever it is. If the court is convinced that it is a viable project that will yield affordable units, then it would be approved. So the wetland sinkhole, no, they would not be successful. But if it's a buildable lot, if there is a hole where we're not in compliance and we don't have an approved plan and we don't have immunity, and their development is going to produce affordable units, then they are likely to be successful.
What are some examples of exceptions to the builder's remedy?
Yeah, so I'm struggling a little bit with the way that you're framing it in terms of exceptions. So the way that
I just imagine that there are scenarios where a township legitimately needs to modify their ordinance for the sake of resident safety. I can't imagine builder's remedy would take place when the safety of residents is at the forefront of concerns.
So the town always has an obligation for some certain number of units. In this case, it's the total of 1,000 units. But just give me a minute.
Absolutely.
So if one of the projects that was contemplated by the plan, all of a sudden it turned out that it was wildly contaminated, full of sinkholes, it's going to be a safety issue. Well, then that would come out of the plan. And then the township would have an obligation to offer up another way that number of units, say that project was going to yield 100 units. Now you have to come up with another way to do 100 units. So no, nobody is going to make you do a project that is truly a public health project, but you have to replace it. The problem now at this particular moment is that our plan that protected us in the third round is expiring. And we don't have at this moment, we don't need it today, but we do need it in a couple of weeks, an approved fourth round plan to keep that immunity. So in that case, we've got a plan. And that's what I'm saying tonight about these Pinelands ordinances. So
you could substitute properties? Why aren't you substituting properties that are near
because
wetlands?
we don't have an approved plan. Right. So yes, we
From
can.
who? Approved plan from who?
I'm sorry.
You said because we don't have an approved plan. What does that mean? From
Okay.
who?
so we don't have an affordable housing plan for the fourth round that has been approved by the court. That is supposed to take place in, I'm saying January, it could go in, bleed into February. So what happens now is by December 31st, there are two judges at play. One is the judge that's considering things now to make a recommendation, who's called the program judge. So that judge makes a recommendation to this judge, the affordable housing judge, and this judge is the one who's going to decide whether we have a compliant plan or not. If they come up with a compliant plan and if they say, yes, Jackson, your plan is compliant, and then it turns out we go through the whole process with Pinelands. We do everything we can. Pinelands isn't satisfied. So we can't count on those units anymore. Then we will have to replace those units with another plan. But we want for Jackson to be able to replace those units. We don't want it to be because we've lost immunity and a developer rushes into court with a builder's remedy suit.
I personally think you guys are fear-mongering builder's remedy and not appropriately using
So Adam,
a builder's remedy arises from misconduct, unethically excluding something. It doesn't, builder's remedy does not arise from
Mr.
guidance. The Pinelands is saying
So
we're
Adam,
not
I'm going
in-
to give you 10 more seconds, guys. We give an
The
extra 3
Pinelands
minutes.
said we're not in compliance. So to go with their guidance, I highly doubt that would place us in a position to get sued. They own the jurisdiction of the property. They wouldn't suggest something that would get our township sued.
So your time's up. I'm just going to respond for a second. And Mr. Cipriani, it looks like you had what to say. Do you want to respond first?
I do want to respond first. Pinelands is not trying to get us sued because our affordable housing obligation is not their concern. So Pinelands hasn't done anything wrong here. They've sent a letter protecting what they perceive as the concerns that they have regarding an ordinance in the Pinelands. They're not, it's apples and oranges. That's a Pinelands issue. So Pinelands isn't trying to get us to lose affordable housing immunity. That's not their concern. Likewise, the court that is trying to assess whether we have a compliant plan is not concerned with why we don't have a compliant plan, i.e. because Pinelands asked to table something. They're only assessing the plan. So you've got two entities that are both trying to carry out their missions, but they're not in conversation with each other. So it's not that Pinelands is trying to get us sued. They're acting appropriately within who they are and what their mission is. But the court is not going to say, well, Jackson, I understand that you don't have a compliant plan because you got this letter from Pinelands. They're separate entities with separate concerns.
Who do we have next?
Deb Jones, Jackson. I'm just a little, I guess, confused I almost take offense to everything I'm hearing come across. It sounds like Jackson residents are against affordable housing. I don't feel that anyone's against it. I just don't understand why we found ourselves in a position where we have 2 weeks to say, we're going to do this. Why hasn't anyone been looking all along for the areas that you have and have overlays are obviously not good properties? If they're not, if they're not approved, then you kind of know the Pinelands aren't going to approve it. Why haven't we come up with other properties? Jackson's a big town. There's other places that we can build where it won't infringe on things that it shouldn't be. I don't get why we're all of a sudden, and I've been at a lot of the meetings. This has not been a topic of discussion up until the last few weeks. I don't understand.
Sure. Can I respond?
Absolutely,
Okay.
please do.
Thank you. So the planning board I think was June, adopted a master plan and affordable plan. Unfortunately, those meetings were not well attended, and we could debate why they weren't well attended. I think there were very few residents who came to those meetings. That affordable plan determined the affordable plan, which determined where these 17 or 13 lots that we're currently talking about are. The council, if I remember correctly, we passed an ordinance in August with the single family units, and there were residents who said, why are we rushing it then? Why are we rushing to slow it down? Don't rush it at the first step. We did a couple ordinances, and it takes a lot of work developing these ordinances, working with our attorneys and our planners, and having engagement with the courts, making sure that everything's in conjunction with each other. I would love to have more time on these. We definitely did not want to have to move these forward as fast as we did, but that's just been the time frame. If you follow, it was August. And then obviously, I think it was August and September were those meetings. Then October and November, then we introduced it right after in the end of November, December time. So we only have one meeting in December, I think, right? Yeah, so it was only one meeting in December. So that's really the time frame that we're working with. And like I said before, I do think the deadlines and timeframes were intentionally set up in a way to make us have to rush at the end of the year when honestly, we have better things to be doing than sitting here debating these issues, because no one wants to be doing this. This is a busy season. So I think the time frame was condensed by the statute, by the courts, and by the legislature. And unfortunately, we've basically internally, we've been dealing with affordable housing since after that affordable plan what happened, but it takes time to work on these ordinances. There's a lot of moving parts. So I understand it. And from the public, yeah, it just broke out in 3-4 weeks. I think when we passed that in August, I remember who the resident was. Is like, why are you guys rushing it? And our attitude, those were the easy ordinances to do. These are the more complicated ordinances to do to comply with the plan that was adopted. And we were just working through those kinks and having as much engagement as possible behind the scenes.
I know, but respectfully, the lands that were chosen, they were no better then than they are now. So nothing changed on the land. So therefore, we should have pivoted as a town and found better property then. Because it doesn't matter how much time you put into something. If it's not appropriate, it's not appropriate.
Right. So if the Pinelands decision at the end is that these areas cannot be developed, we'll be back here sometime in 2026, revisiting and going back to the planning board and starting that process again. Which, based on, I think, some of the concerns that some residents have, I think there's a lot of residents who feel that the Pinelands are going to have those concerns, and then we'll be back here, back by the planning board, I assume, and then back to the council and back to ordinances. And I'm sure we won't find those perfect lots, but if that's where we have to go, that's where we'll have to go. Mr. McCucken, you sound like you had something else?
And we'll have immunity during that entire timeframe.
Right.
I understand that we need
Yeah.
immunity, but we need community as well.
Mr. Bernstein?
Yeah, 1 second. Mr. Bresci?
Well, two things. One, there was a little delay also, because you put off the reading of them to have the roundtable. That backed it up another week or two also. But as far as the Pinelands, with their letter of concern or non-compliance, inconsistent, whichever way you want to do it. Over the years, you see many applications come in, and their initial response from the Pinelands is inconsistent with their master plan. That's common. Then the applicant goes back and they work it out. It's not a definite. They want to see what the final approval is, what your final language is, before they say they're going to accept it or not accept it. So there's no guarantee they're going to accept it, no guarantee they will not accept it. That's something that will prove out in the future.
Next.
Jim Selleck here, speaking as a resident, not a zoning board member. Hopefully what I'm going to say won't get me in any trouble, but you mentioned the planning board in their meetings. I just want to clarify because you made it sound a little.
You might speak a little, if you don't mind a little louder, it was hard to hear
sorry.
you. I heard the word planning board, that's
So
all.
I was one of the few residents that were
Correct.
there. Mr. Bresci was also there as a resident. He wasn't on either the planning board or the zoning board or the council. Let's be straight. The planning board scheduled those meetings for 5 o'clock before the regular planning board meeting. And the residents asked, why are you not spreading them out to different times? They even pinpointed how Middletown did theirs. They were told, we don't have to talk to the public, and 5 o'clock is the best time for all of the members of the subcommittee. That's exactly what was said. Mr. Bressy, you can say yes or no, but you know that's what was said. And that's what the residents were told. So that's why the residents don't show up. You're not providing meetings at times where they're going to be available. And when the presentation was made on the plan, yes, I was.
I think there were
don't even
3
Mr.
residents
Bressy
there.
was
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Bressy.
So, and that presentation was not a, we've talked about it, it wasn't a very good presentation. They really didn't discuss the changes that were made. They just said, well, we looked at this, we talked to a lot of people, we talked to all the people in, that work for the township, but they never really discussed what the changes were. So that's why no residents had any idea what was coming. So when you say the residents should have been there at those meetings, well, we weren't given any information. Okay, so now, I still have 3 minutes. Now about, on this ordinance specifically, I'll talk about. So one of the things, and I brought it up at the meeting last week, is one of the things with affordable housing is we need to have transportation available. Jackson Township has 0 transportation. We have 1 park and ride, and to be perfectly honest with you, none of these zones are anywhere near that park and ride. Why? I don't know. That's up to you guys to tell me why. So why are we going out to the edge of Jackson by Manchester to put in affordable housing on a golf course, which it won't be a golf course in his 10-year time frame, when there's just no transportation for him? So did we, in any of the ordinances, consider saying to some of these builders, we need to figure out transportation methods and get them involved with creating some transportation schedules for us?
So if I could just start off by answering that. I think I came up by the roundtable, there's a lot of things that officially affordable housing is supposed to be close for jobs. And I think we're all in agreement, these really belong in urban centers and not in rural towns like Jackson. The planning board at that point felt that if they're on the county roads, they have the best chance of possibly one day getting some form of transportation. Do we really believe it's going to happen? I don't think like I said, I don't think affordable housing really matches the infrastructure that exists in Jackson. I think the planning board felt at that point that the best plan would be to spread out the development in different parts of town. Those were obviously some of the developments that came in. This golf course, this parcel at this point is at the edge of town, which does not have that many residents living nearby. It is a undeveloped part of town. Again, we have the Pinelands restrictions, and that's obviously, we're not disagreeing with that, but it's not near, it requires a large percentage of the required units at a portion of town that least affects many of our residents. And that was, I think, part of the planning perspective on a county road, spread out and not putting all the units in the center of town, which is already developed.
Okay, and then finally, I know one of the residents brought up the fact that one was set up as a school and now it's getting the overlay of this. How many of these builders were in previous rounds that didn't complete their number of units that they were supposed to? And if they were, why did we approve them again? Since they failed the first time.
Great question.
Yeah,
Mr. Tony?
so, I mean, if they were in the prior rounds and those projects are still approved, that obligation remains. So whatever was done for the 3rd round, and if there are the projects that are in the 3rd round, if those projects were approved and those obligations are there, the expectation still is otherwise that they're going to build, otherwise they would have to replace. We talked about a few minutes ago about the replacement of projects. If a project has failed to the point that it is not realistic, that it's going to yield, I think Councilman Bressy referred to Jackson 21 and the time that it's taken for them to actually get their approvals and build. They were anticipated to have gotten their full affordables out years ago. If they're still in the plan for the 2nd or the 3rd round, in this case, the 3rd round, then they still have an obligation to do that. In terms of the selection, I can only assume that the projects were anticipated to be realistic enough As I said, they have been approved not just by the planning board, but by Fair Share, and they usually do a good job of looking at whether they think something is realistic or not.
So you just said something that triggers something. I know I'm past my time, so I'll ask.
Give you another
anyway.
15 seconds.
So you said they still have a expectation to complete previous projects, but we got a reduction of, I thought I heard 600 units from previous.
600 to 250.
So are those going to get built and then we're going on top
That's-
of it,
that's-
so we're not getting the
That's
benefit?
different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good question, and it has what I hope is not too confusing an answer. So remember how I said the third round, like the rounds are supposed to be 10 years. Like right now, we're planning for 10 years, and they're supposed to be 10 years. But in the third round, there were all of these challenges to different regulations that the Council on Affordable Housing, COA, kept putting up regulations, and then they were challenged and they were struck down, and it kept going and kept going and kept going. And then finally in 2015, the New Jersey Supreme Court was like, enough, we're just going to put it back in the courts. So that third round ended up being 26 years. So there's the third round number, which was the main number, and that's what our plan was. And then there was what's called the gap number. Somebody who was talking about Tom's River, they referenced the gap number. So that was like an extra obligation that was kind of tacked on to the third round that wasn't planned for, but the anticipation was that it would be planned for in the fourth round, where we are now. So there was a third round number. If they're still in the plan for the third round number, the expectation is still that they're going to be built, and Fair Share in the courts and everybody is still saying there's a reasonable expectation. Then there was this gap year number, this extra number that was part of the third round, but supposed to be met in the fourth round. That's what reduced from 600 to 250. That's why I said our fourth round number is 750 plus that 250, that extra number that was reduced from the 600.
And you wonder why residents have problems with
I
this.
know. I don't know how to make it
Jim,
plainer.
I
I'm
got
not
one
trying
thing-
to be
Jim.
confusing.
Jim, one thing, I agree with you at the meetings. I was there. I was in that corner. You were there. However, you're wrong about one thing. My wife let me out by myself that night. She wasn't with me.
I brought up your wife.
But I wanted to say, I know that the prior rounds always required the transportation and stuff, and yet fair housing still don't push it, and we had to contend with them. And I heard 21 come up again, and you wonder what takes so long, and that was approved on this version around 2007, 2008. But the holdups were from the county. They changed the road requirements so many times over, they couldn't start moving on the projects. That was the biggest holdup for that project, and they are moving forward.
Eleanor Hannum, Jackson, New Jersey. First, I have a question. Mr. Borelli is not here. Did he submit a proxy vote?
Proxy votes.
I'm
are
not sure what a
permitted.
proxy vote is. Mr. McGuckin?
Proxy votes are not permitted.
Okay, thank you. And as for the third round, I believe that there were several very, very large projects that were approved by Jackson Township. Jackson Trails, over 200 affordable housing units. Jackson Park, that was over 200 and I want to say 80 affordable housing units. You have Grand Harmony. All of those applications had to do and revolved around the third round. There were other applications as well. So, you know, I never heard any discussion tonight related to all of that. The other thing is, you know, that's very concerning because for as long as I can remember, Jackson was always talking about ratables. We need ratables. We need commercial and all of this. You wrote many commercial properties into this affordable housing, many. So now you're taking the commercial off the rolls and turning it into housing instead of appropriately, just wait till I'm done, appropriate planning. When it comes to what Mr. McGuckin said as far as the DOJ lawsuit in Appendix F, I beg to differ because after I looked it up, some of these properties that are listed in the DOJ lawsuit in Appendix F are in the RG3 zone, which is the rural residential zone in the Pinelands region, and that does not include commercial. But in the other ordinance, you turned around and said it can be mixed use with commercial. So you just contradicted yourself. When it comes to the Pinelands comprehensive plan or master plan, it is not a perception. It is a law. I just want that to be clear. So now when it comes to this ordinance was specifically and solely written for one developer, Mordecai Eichhorn. And what is concerning, and it is the Pine Barrens golf course. And what's concerning to me in this is that on page 6G, it is, again, this was specifically written for this one parcel, for this one developer to make as much money as he can possibly make. So it is acknowledged that a project to be developed pursuant to this subsection may be of such a size or type as to make sectionalization by subdivision and the use of different forms of ownership a practical necessity. Therefore, a technical subdivision for such a project may be required for marketing or financing purposes. And then it goes on more. What is a technical subdivision?
Cipriani?
Yeah, it's the term for with townhouse developments, which are what are contemplated here. Yeah, that allows for each townhouse to be owned in fee simple for financing purposes. I mean, it's owned in fee simple, it can be transferred. Typically, that's in order to get financing to purchase something, you have to have fee simple ownership.
Okay, so basically the way I read some of this ordinance is that you're acknowledging the fact that this very large parcel of land, you're granting him the ability to subdivide and sell off pieces to different developers in order to develop this.
No, the technical subdivision, I'm sorry, is just for each individual townhouse. It's not a subdivision of the projects. I mean, though that may or may not occur, but that portion that you're referencing about the technical subdivision is simply the subdivision of each townhouse unit. So each unit can be owned in fee simple.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to address two quick things. With regard to commercial ratables, my understanding is that all the ordinances do require actually an increase in commercial ratables. So I think that's something that we do stand by over here. And Ms. Cipriani, with regard to the last point that Ms. Hannon brought up, my understanding is the same language exists in all three ordinances that we are voting on tonight?
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone else?
My name is Jason Howell with Pinelands Alliance. So is there a current challenge to the municipality's fair share housing plan? Is there a current
Yes.
challenge? Yes, there's a current challenge.
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the township is making a good faith effort to resolve that challenge?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it not be acceptable to a judge to show the Pinelands Commission letter stating that the resolution, even though it was a good faith effort, or the ordinance rather, does not meet the CMP? Wouldn't that be reason for the judge to allow an exemption until a further date where the ordinance could be amended to actually comply with state law, governing state law?
I genuinely don't think so. And that is an application that could be made, but there is no requirement. As I said, so far, the courts have not been susceptible to asking for extensions. So that is a basis on which the township can ask for it. It's just, it's rolling the dice to a substantial degree. Because I can't guarantee, and no one can, what a court is going to do. I can only judge on what's happened thus far.
Okay, I'm just going to read the letter of the law just for the benefit of people in the audience. The program shall facilitate communication between the municipality and any interested parties for a challenge and provide the municipality until December 31st, 2025 to commit to revising its fair share plan and housing element in compliance with the changes requested in the challenge. I'm going to mention that word commit, to commit. I think you are committing to, by tabling the resolution, you could still be in commitment with addressing the challenge, but based on the letter of the law and not in violation of the Pineland CMP. Thank you.
Mr. Priani, do you want to respond?
That is indeed the letter of the law. That is about facilitating that communication, and it's also about the definition of an interested party.
And I think the township has been engaging, as per the letter of the law, with the mediation with those developers, even if some of us up here don't want to be. And there was even motions filed against the township trying to force us to have further mediation, which the judge so far to date did not grant those developers those requests. Anyone else?
You know, come forward. I move to close public forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-48?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Brassey?
Before I make my vote, I want to say something maybe a little out of line from this ordinance, but it came up during this ordinance, and we talked about immunity tonight. And somebody brought up Jackson Park North. To let you know, that application was turned down by this planning board. It was sold, the township bought a piece of it in the middle, somebody else bought it, and they went for an appeal on it. The judge ordered that they won their appeal. The judge sent it back to the planning board and said for us and the chairman to put it on the agenda and vote it in. That chairman told them, no. The judge said it, all due respect to the black robe, I have no problem. But the judge ordered it, let the judge do it. I don't want it to look like the planning board approved it. And our attorney was sent there and took care of that, and that's how it was handled. Correct, Mr. McGuckin?
Correct.
That's how it happened. So you talk about people taking over your town. There's an example of not having immunity even in that application. It was directed by the judge and ordered by the judge, and the planning board didn't even vote on it to approve it. And with that, I vote yes.
Councilman Pollock?
No.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2025-49, amending Chapter 244-12 entitled Fees with respect to lot consolidations and mergers. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Council?
Come forward. I move to close public forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-49?
So moved.
Councilman Brassey?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes, and again, I just want to reiterate what I said by the last meeting. Thank you to Mr. Marr for bringing this to our attention. It's a small step of charging the people who are trying to subdivide property instead of the township paying for it. So yes.
Motion carries. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of
So,
ordinance.
Madam Clerk, before we go forward on this ordinance, I see he's been waiting for a while. I'm going to ask Mr. Cunliffe to come up and just give a quick synopsis of some of the various options that were looked into by the township over the past 2 years, if I can say so. And this is with regard to South Boston Road, and then we'll open to the public after.
Good evening, Council. Charlie Cunliffe with T&M Associates, Township Engineer. Given the hour, I'll try to condense this and keep it quick. South Boston Road is approximately 16 to 21 feet wide from Bennett's Mills Road to Tilford Street. That currently does not meet the minimum width requirements for fire code and RSIs for two-way traffic for emergency vehicles. We've made a recommendation in consulting with the Jackson PD Traffic Safety Unit to restrict the traffic on that road in a one-way direction from west to east, so from Bennett's Mills Road to Tilford Street. This ordinance also came in response to the township has passed ordinances in the past year to convert a fire access from the Westlake Mews into Robbins Estates to an actually fully improved right-of-way. Both our office as the engineer and also PD Traffic Safety Unit raised concerns with, if that was opened, would it create some ability for those residents to then go down South Boston towards Bennett's Mills Road? I think there's a history of accidents at that intersection. We felt that restricting it one way from west to east would help alleviate some of those concerns. In the past year, I know the township has been reached out by several of the residents on South Boston with the concerns about making that one way. There's a significant amount of cut-through traffic that occurs on South Boston, so making it one way, is going to cut down that traffic by half. There was concerns about residents now having to go to Tilford, up to Georgian, back out to Bennett's Mills to get back onto, Bennett's Mills to go where they need to go. We looked at possible construction of a cul-de-sac to keep it two-way. That costs anywhere from $500,000 to $600,000 in just construction costs. There would also be right-of-way easements or takings that would be required. Other suggestions with putting bollards at the end of the road. You can't just put the bollards at the end of a public right-of-way, especially to have the possibility to impact emergency response times. Other questions regarding, can we widen the road? If you widen the road, there's impacts to stormwater management. There's also an increase in pedestrian activity in Robbins Estates. If you're widening the road, while you could accommodate two-way traffic, it doesn't necessarily accommodate that additional pedestrian traffic. If you want to put curb and sidewalk, there's also additional needs for stormwater management. So multiple facets were looked into. We felt that this was the most cost-effective first step in mitigating a lot of those, potential side effects that could occur with this. This is just an ordinance. The council does have the ability in the future, if they find this ineffective, to repeal that ordinance. We just had an ordinance, I think from 1979, that had designated Andover Road as a one-way street, and then council saw 20 years later to repeal it because it was no longer applicable. So this is just the first step. It's the most cost-effective step. There are other options, but from a dollars and cents perspective, we didn't feel like the need to step to 100 if 25 or 15 could have a measurable impact from a cost-effective perspective. So with that, I'm open to any questions from the council and the public.
Council, anyone have anything before we open to the public for now? I guess if you don't mind to sit in the first row, and we'll call you up if as need be. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I'm just going to read the title of the ordinance, Council President Bernstein. Ordinance 2025-50, amending Chapter 103.279, establishing an additional one-way street for South Boston Road from Bennett's Mills Road to Tilford Road. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Come on up.
My name is Jamie. I live on Castle Ave for about 40 years or so, give or take. This is a brief history of why we are deferring the one-way ordinance. In 2024, residents of Robin Estates, South Boston Road, and the surrounding area were notified by a concerned resident on short notice of a town meeting on May 14th. Short notice. Ordinance 18-24 stated that a portion of land, the Westlake property, would be donated to the township. Somehow, without a vote from the residents who would be clearly impacted, and only the council's 3-2 vote, the dedication of land was passed and accepted. Over 20 years ago, Westlake and the Westlake News Apartments were established. At that time, a gate, I think as stated, was put along the wooded area at the end of Tilford in South Boston. The gate was meant only to be for emergency access and to draw a property line, since it is, after all, a gated community. There are no traffic issues at the north gate entrance of Westlake, which means the intention to want to eliminate traffic from the apartments is clearly a classist one. South Boston, on the other hand, has unnecessary through traffic which spills into the no outlet sections of a residential neighborhood. At the town meeting on May 14, 2024, many residents voiced their opinions opposing a land dedication with intent to create a road connecting the private Westlake News to the back of a residential neighborhood. At the time, the council president gaslit the residents, saying it was our fault for the speeding and excess cars driving through. She said it was our responsibility to keep the roads safe. I reached out on May 22nd, 2024 to all council members by email and received one response back. I believe it was Mr. Bernstein.
Apologies, I don't remember, but yeah.
Yes. He seemed to appreciate our concern, yet the decision was already made. So really, we were fighting for nothing. Flash forward a year later, curbs and drainage are being installed at our expense. Creating this road from a private community to a public residential neighborhood does not benefit the public, which is a requirement when opening roads in New Jersey. The only people who benefit are the North Westlake residents who don't want apartment residents driving through their streets. This isn't a traffic issue for them, it's a social class issue. The township should have provided a petition for the surrounding residents that would be directly affected, not just Westlake residents. This is a clear-cut example of social and systemic classism. If Westlake wants a separate entrance or exit for the Muse apartments that belong to Westlake, let them pay for it. Make South Boston a private road, not a one-way. Thank you.
Fred Morrow, Beam Avenue. Would you like to come and fix my fence? On December 14th, my 5-year-old granddaughter woke up to look outside at the beautiful snow and said, "Mommy, can you tell the police to turn off the blue and red lights because it's making the snow look ugly?" With that, I woke up and went outside to a police officer and a tow truck pulling a car off the tree on the side of my house. Fortunately, the tree was there and it didn't hit my house. When I spoke last month in the meeting, I told you it was going to put a target on my yard. Not a month later, and you haven't even opened up the road yet. It's not even open. But I'll tell you what, the design was done, the construction was done, and guess what?
You don't mind directing to me?
You guys are going to vote yes. It doesn't make a difference. We've heard it all night. It's a joke. Our safety doesn't matter because it's not in your neighborhood. When it comes to your neighborhood, how will you feel about it? I know my 5-year-old granddaughter is going to have to feel pretty good because I'm going to have to take her on the other side of the house to play because I'm afraid to even have her go over to that side. And before you all say, well, hey, it was snow, inclement weather, the guy hit the curb that was just freshly put in on an angle, okay, and glanced off of that and hit the tree. That's not the first accident that's happened on that road. There's been dozens of others, and you get tired of calling because nobody wants to do anything about it. I've got tire tracks up and down my fence. The stop sign on the corner of South Boston and Beam Avenue has been knocked down numerous times, and nobody's done a thing about it. So how do I feel safe in Jackson? Thank you.
Eleanor Haddam, Jackson, New Jersey. I just have a question. Why did they open up that access from Westlake? Why? Only because I don't use South Boston. I don't use that road very often. I was aware that something was going on, but based on what the lady said prior, was this open to accommodate that development? Because they didn't want them going through the gate? Can you answer that question? Or maybe you, I don't know. Because you made the decision. You gonna answer it?
Waiting for you to finish all your questions.
No, that was my question.
The council voted at that point, I think the resident mentioned 3-2 at that point to open
I'm
it.
not asking about the vote. I asked why.
I would have to go back and have that conversation with our affordable attorneys, but there was a request from multiple entities involved with affordable housing at that point to allow for
This
that
has
roadway.
nothing to do with affordable
It did.
housing.
It was, it did.
No, it doesn't.
It did.
So this, and based on what I know, especially as a very, with a master's in history, I do know the difference between discrimination as I do teach it. So if this is true, what the woman said before, we already had a major discrimination lawsuit. If this is what is in fact happening, and this is a class struggle between the haves and the have-nots, because they don't want to see those cars going through their neighborhood, this town has a huge discrimination lawsuit.
Good evening. Mike Bodie, I live on Beam, been there 38 years. So I saw the development being built behind us. We fought it back then, 25 years ago. And we've been living with the consequences ever since. Our street is a highway, Beam Avenue. When you come down off of South Boston onto Tilford for 30 feet and you make a right, you come down Beam Avenue, they're doing 60, 70 miles an hour. And every time you raise up your hands and tell them to slow down, they give you the finger. You know, they just don't, you know, and I'm not blaming the police for not being there. When they're there, in 5 minutes, they catch somebody. They speed all the time. I'm a dog walker, just like a lot of people in the neighborhood. We walk our dog, you have to jump on the, up on the curb when they're coming down the streets, because people do park on either side. You can only get one car down the middle of Beam. I feel bad for the people on South Boston because they got to deal with it. That street is 20 miles an hour. Nobody does 20. What else? It just, the other day, Sunday, after the snow was taken care of, all you saw was Amazon trucks coming down our street. Everybody uses it as a cutoff street. They cut through just to get to the Cook's Bridge. And it's a residential street, neighborhood. There shouldn't be any traffic there by trucks. It should be residential in and out only for that development. So now that the road's already been paved and it worked on to be one way, if that's the way it's gonna be, I want stop signs on every corner. I want speed bumps. I want everything to be done because everybody flies down the road. It's not fair to the kids in the neighborhood. They can't even ride their bikes in the streets.
Or Mr. Cunliffe, do you mind coming up for a second? You can stay up for a second. It's still your time if you want. Could you address, I know we've had these conversations about some of I think there's two questions. Obviously, that gate opening up, there's a separate issue of, even if that gate wouldn't open up, there are issues in the neighborhood, which we've addressed in the past.
Correct. So aside from the connector road, as I stated earlier, the existing cartway width for South Boston Road, it does not meet current fire code and RSIS standards for the roadway width for two-way emergency vehicles to pass. So regardless of that happening or not happening, it would still be our recommendation from an engineering perspective that would either have to be made a one-way road or you would have to invest substantial capital improvement to improve that to either be wider, have sidewalks. We felt that the one-way designation would be a more cost-effective approach. We've also made recommendations to the township officials that, like I said, there's side effects to anything that you do, right? If you make a road one way, it's going to potentially force traffic to other roadways, right? In an ideal situation, we would like all traffic to be going to Georgian Boulevard. It's 36 foot wide. It's got 11-foot lanes, 8-foot shoulders. That's where you would want traffic to go. But realistically, people are using South Boston as a cut through and Beam as a cut through.
I think we had a resident by the last meeting from one of the senior developments off of Cook's Bridge who said everyone from his neighborhood uses South Boston as a cut through, which is something which doesn't really make sense.
Yes, and there's other, there are follow-up options, traffic calming options, striping 25 miles an hour. We've just implemented speed tables on another road in Township, Pitney Lane, which was receiving, I think the traffic, the traffic increased sixfold in a matter of 3 years. So there are other measures, right? Stop signs or always stops is not the be all end all solution. Those are not traffic calming measures. There's warrants that need to be met in accordance with MUTC for those to be implemented. But there are other traffic calming measures.
Mr. Cunliffe, would you be okay committing that from your professional analysis, that we could consider speed bumps and other stop signs within the neighborhood like the residents requesting?
Yes, I would say speed tables, speed humps, those are, the township has more ability to readily implement those. With stop signs, you can go through a warrant analysis and it could come to the outcome that a stop sign is not warranted. So I don't want to say that you can absolutely implement them.
Of course, yeah.
Because we've been down that road with other towns and other, municipalities, and a lot of times it ends up that they're not warranted. So there are traffic calming measures. It's all just a matter of capital improvements. We can implement anything that, the governing body decides that, if you want us to implement it, we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
I have a question, sir. You mentioned that it doesn't meet RSIS for being a two-way street. So you would have to condemnate land to make it? You'd have to take some of the land from some of the sides?
So we would certainly, if we were to fully improve it to a 30-foot wide and put sidewalks and curbing, yes, potentially there would be right-of-way limitations. Takings could be needed, condemnation. There's also a significant amount of mature trees on both sides of the road, so that's a significant cost if that would have to be removed. We felt that the one-way designation was the first step. Like I said, we're trying to take a measured approach, not going to 100, try 15 or 25, and then reassess additional measures in the future.
Thank you. What's next?
So to continue, I think that, we're living with a huge problem on our development, all the streets across, because I think when people come through, they're only going through just to get to Cook's Bridge. And they're not going to go down Tilford all the way to Georgian to go down to Cook's Bridge to make a right or a left or whatever we want to do. They're just going to come down Beam, South Boston, Tilford. I mean, all the streets in between, Castle and Laurelton, they're all affected. And people are just driving way too fast. And that's about it. I know we talked about Pitney. You see that they got 5 speed bumps. And, it's a terrible situation we've been living with. So please, I'd rather you close the road off and let everybody go around, because the traffic we're going to receive now, even though it's going to be half, the people that live in Westlake, they still use Beam. They might not want their streets being used by the people who live in the apartments, but they're using our street, but it's okay for them to use it. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Ben. I live on South Boston Road. You guys are so determined to open that road for the Muse that you're willing to adopt this ordinance and vote yes when you know it's wrong. You know it's a disaster. Who designs a one-way this way? Does anybody know anything about a one-way? You design a one-way, you have to have a road leading you back home. This sends me nowhere. I said this last meeting. How am I supposed to get home? I have to cut through 7 different intersections to get back home. If I want to go to my neighbor's house, I have to go all the way around. If I leave my house 10 seconds down the road, I realize I forgot something at home. I got to go around. It's 7 intersections. This new disaster of an intersection you just created with the Muse. Beam, Castle, Laurelton, Georgian, Bennett's Mills, back to South Boston. How are you okay with something so backwards just to accommodate Westlake because that's what they asked for? The only reason why you're turning this into a one-way is, as the township engineer said, it's the cheapest way. It's the most economic. You won't afford to spend $10 on us, but you'll spend $500,000 to give Westlake what they need. That road costed you $500,000 of taxpayer money, but don't give it to us because there's only a handful of residents that live on South Boston? Beam has over 40 houses there. What about them? Are we any different? What is wrong with you? How do you okay this? This is typical township behavior. You come in, you ruin everything, and you leave us. We have to deal with the mess that you leave behind because it doesn't affect you. You don't live here. We have to suffer the consequences of your poor decisions and bad, sorry. This is unbelievable. If you vote yes, you're just showing that there's not a single neighborhood that's immune from your destruction, because it's just a matter of time. You go from one neighborhood to the next. It's just unfortunate that you came knocking on our door tonight. All you can do is to fix this. You have one last saving grace. It's vote no, go back to the drawing board, fix this problem. Stop treating it as two separate issues. It's one and the same. It goes hand in hand. You open the Muse, you close off South Boston. You can't close off the South Boston, you don't open the Muse. There is no other option. Do the right thing for once. Vote no. Put a stop to this madness. Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Trinella, Castle Avenue. Of course, I'm here on the Robbins Estate issue with all these other residents. I sat in front of a house on the corner of Beam and going in from Tilford into South Boston. I wrote down and videoed how many cars came cutting through from South Cooksbridge, down Beam, and out South Boston, and vice versa. I have videos. I didn't bring them with me because I didn't plan on getting up and saying anything. It had to be, I sat there for more than, it had to be 7 days, the whole week. I sat every night. And there had to be 50, 60, 70 cars a night that cut through that development. We all have children. He has a young grandchild right on the corner. It's ridiculous. I've lived there since 1994. I raised my children in that neighborhood, and I moved to that neighborhood because it was a safe neighborhood for my children. Why I moved to Jackson. It's ridiculous the amount of traffic that comes through there, and it's nothing but children in that neighborhood now. The bus stops have increased from 3 children to 10 children. It's just not acceptable for you guys to approve that to go through. And that's my opinion, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Cunliffe, thank you. Mr. Cunliffe, I don't have the studies in front of me. Which way generally was the traffic that's cutting through this neighborhood? Was it coming from? Was it both ways, one way?
It goes both ways, and I think it may fluctuate depending on morning versus PM. And I would just note that the counts that were taken during the summertime. So this isn't capturing public school traffic. The daily traffic on South Boston was 524 trips. It was taken in the summer of 2024. So if that was during the school year, those numbers would be likely higher. So, and I just want to restate, as I said, South Boston as it currently exists, it does not meet the standards for fire code and RSIS for two-way traffic for emergency vehicles. So something needs to be done. And as I also stated, I think we're cognizant that Robbins Estates is a development, it's a gridded development, right? If you alter a traffic pattern on one road, there's going to be some side effects on other roads. So, this would just be potentially, if the council were to act favorably, just the first step. There are additional follow-up steps. We do have real-time costs within the last year of what speed humps would be. That's something I could certainly provide for the council's consideration on what the cost that would be. And that is something that doesn't require significant engineering design from surveying, things like that. That's something that could be put together on short order if that is something that the council wanted us to investigate further. There are options. Like I said, we just felt that this was the first option. And as I said, it's just an ordinance. Council has the ability to reevaluate that and reconsider, and repeal that ordinance in the future if they find a better option or alternative.
Thank you. Before anyone else have anything else before Otherwise, I'll let this gentleman come up one more time. No one else raised their hand.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
It's just something that I keep forgetting.
Just say your name again for the record, if you don't mind.
My name is Fred Morrow, Beam Avenue. My question is, since the road hasn't been opened yet, has there been a survey done on emergency vehicles that have run through the Westlake Mews? Because it seemed like for a long period of time there was either EMS, fire department, police department, stuff like that, that are now going to have to redirect down Beam Avenue into the new entrance, which, everybody knows it's just going to be more perilous for them. But has anybody taken that into consideration?
Mr. Cunliffe?
That is a very valid concern, and I can tell you in.
Speak into the mic if you don't mind,
Yes,
Mr. Cunliffe.
apologize. That's a valid concern, and in developing the plan for the connector road, we met with the Jackson Fire District 3. They provided us with their design fire truck vehicle, and we had to provide them with turning templates to show that a fire truck could come down Bean, make the left onto Tilford, come into Muirfield Road, circulate through the Mews, and then go back out. There was a number of resident questions and concerns regarding, could we put, basically terminate Tilford at the intersection of Beam Avenue and then have, the connector road traffic all go to South Boston. That's an issue as well because the configuration of Bennett's Mills in South Boston, it's a very sharp,
How about the difference in response time? Because now you're going to add response time on, because now they're going to have to go through the development at what speeds. I'm just, and my concern is more for the emergency workers than for anything else, because at those speeds, trying to avoid stuff, I'm afraid that somebody's going to get hurt. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the.
No problem. Mr. Cunliffe, do you have an answer?
Yeah, like I said, we met with the fire official. We provided circulation plans. If they go through the Westlake, there's a gate there, obviously, that they would have to gain access through. Coming through Beam and through Robbins Estates, those are all public right-of-ways. There's no restrictions on having to wait to do something. They're all public right-of-ways that should remain unimpeded. So that's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you.
No one come forward. I move to close public forum.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-50?
So I want to ask a question for Mr. Cunliffe for a second. Leaving the connector road out for a second, I think what I see is obviously three competing interests over here. One interest obviously is Westlake Mews. One interest obviously is the greater Robin Estates neighborhood, which has issues no matter what. Even if this roadway, if we leave the roadway the way it is, it has issues. If we close this roadway, they still have issues. And then you have the South Boston part, which obviously, like the resident said before, they're driving to nowhere to a certain degree. I just want to bring out a scenario. Let's say the township at this point was putting a cul-de-sac or some other form of closure. Would that alleviate the cutting through of Robin Estates as a general? And I see people nodding. I want to hear from the professional here. Would that alleviate the general concerns of not just the South Boston Road residents or the Beam, the entire Robin Estates?
Yeah, so it's definitely going to reduce any cut through traffic on South Boston and Beam Avenue, both east-west direction, right? If we were to convert that to a cul-de-sac, it would require right-of-way takings on South Boston to be able to physically construct a cul-de-sac. There would be stormwater management improvements.
Okay.
So it would be an undertaking, but.
So I'm going to ask a question, and I don't know if this is appropriate. Right away, I think generally this council and administration are not big believers in taking people's private property. Do we think residents of South Boston roadway, because we're dealing with this issue on another roadway now, we're waiting to get the easements, and it's been literally months and months and months. Do we think if the township would consent to a cul-de-sac in South Boston Road, that we would get the easements from the residents who live on those homes to be able to? I think we would need from Westlake. We would also need from a couple of homes on South Boston, right?
There's at least one
private property on the north side of the road. The ownership might be unclear on who owns that, so, there's means that a town can acquire right away.
Right, I don't think the town wants to go to court to take someone's land away.
No, I agree, but,
So I'm going to make a recommendation here. I think this is an issue. We have, like I said, 3 competing issues over here, and they're all, I think, valid concerns. And what I'm going to recommend is to my council that we table this for tonight, is that we are going to ask you to give us, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, something needs to be done. Let's pretend the muse didn't exist over here. South Boston Road, Robin Estates has a tremendous issue. I think there's a consensus over here. If this is something that's going to help the entire neighborhood and this is going to alleviate some of the cut through traffic from Holman and from some of the other entities in the area, I think it's something we can most likely get the support to spend a little bit more than $100, like I think Ben said over there. And I would recommend to our council to table it for now. Ask our engineer to give us another option. I think then we are going to present it to our council and try to get a consensus which option makes the most sense. Sometimes we have to make tough decisions, but I think a little bit more time and to revisit this in January would be more appropriate.
I have something to say. First off, you're saying you need some more time on it. This is history repeating itself. I can go through a story when the people at Westlake came in this room and were yelling about these people, them people, those people that live in the Mews, and they're driving through our property. And I sat here for 15 minutes listening to it. And part of that, it was one of my mother-in-law that was sitting there, living there. It was the same thing back then. And the same considerations were the problems back then. I think we have to find a better solution than this and table it. I definitely agree with that. Something may be able to get done. It's history repeating itself. Let's get it done right.
understood, and I would say in making a recommendation to council, we did do investigation on what the cost of a cul-de-sac on South Boston. I could present that
So-
again, and then also look at speed tables throughout the balance.
Right. So
of the
I think what we'd like to see is a comprehensive plan that alleviates as many of the issues. There are multiple issues and as many. We're not going to find a perfect solution. It is impossible that every single person will be smiling. There will be someone who opposes whatever we end up doing, but something needs to happen. Hopefully in the beginning of the year, January, February time. I know you did a cost analysis. I think one of my concerns over here is the easement and right of way, because it's always complicated taking property. We really don't want to go to court against someone taking that easement. So I guess our olive branch here on council would be to the residents in the area, if you can please reach out and help us obtain some of that potential property, so we could, if we decide to go down that route of closing the roadway, have an easier time and not to spend 6 months tied up in court trying to get all those permissions. So I think we had a motion from Mr. Bresci to table it.
I make a motion to table.
Second.
Councilman Bresci?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Paul Mary?
If I could just add, I would like to see something that, again, like Council President Bernstein said, maybe not everyone's completely happy with a compromise where everybody gets something. But what's most important to me is what that gentleman said about his grandchild. It's got to be safe. The price doesn't matter when it comes to life. So let's make it safe for everybody. So I vote yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Understood, and we will report back to you after the new year.
You'll be hearing from me tomorrow. Don't worry.
Thank you. The next item of business is the payment authorization of bills and claims. Are there any questions by the Township Council?
What time is it? But no, not yet. Oh, 1 second. Anyone who has, Mr. Cunliffe, first of all, feel free to go, Mr. Cunliffe, but if anyone has any questions, if we can take them in the hallway, we want to continue business here. No questions yet, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the bills, lists, and claims?
Motion, second.
Councilman Bresci? Yes. Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Paul Mary?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item of business is the consent agenda listed for tonight's consideration is resolutions 361 through 383, 2025, listed by title. Council President Bernstein, are any comments on the consent agenda?
So the only thing I want to just highlight is that this was added on Monday. The mayor contacted myself, and I felt it was important. It was time sensitive to get it added to the agenda, so it was sent to all the council members on Monday. that the mayor would like to, the council support on a new business administrator. His name is Charles, and I apologize if I mispronounce his last name, Terafenko. Mr. Terafenko is currently the business administrator in Tinton Falls. He's been there for the past 3 years. In addition, he has served there for a couple of years as a director of public safety in Tinton Falls. He, before that, was a police officer. He served overseas, and he has a very decorated, he served in the Middletown Township Police Department in the Bayshore Narcotics Task Force. He also served in the New Jersey Office of Homeland Criminal Infrastructure Subcommittee and other Homeland Security entities. He seems to be, we obviously have not seen him in action yet. He seems to be someone who would, I think, bring honor to the office and do a great job helping to run our town as a business administrator. So I just wanted to highlight that. And obviously, if it gains the support of council, he will be here by reorg because his tenure would start January 1st, which means our first meeting is January 6th.
May I have a motion to authorize the consent agenda resolutions 361 through 383, 2025?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Brassey?
I abstain.
Oh, 1 second. I apologize. I don't know if it's too late. We're supposed to ask, Jim, if anyone from the public wants anything taken off, so we just have a discussion. Raise your hand. Jim, I saw you raising your hand. Lady in the back. All right, 1 second. Hold on. I'm sorry. 382, you said? Okay, and 381. Okay, so 381 and 382, it's my understanding is that those were for non-union, I think, employees that I think the previous administration took away some of the holidays and times off, and the current mayor and administration wanted to go ahead and give some of those days off. For example, the day after Thanksgiving and other such holidays, and that's what it is doing, reestablishing that ability for it to give those days off. We're at this point, it's just for discussion. You can come at the public comment and give any other, yeah. Some of those.
I mean, from what I've seen, again, I think this is just adding a holiday. It's just adding more days off for.
Yeah, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Could you elaborate on this? I know it's something that we've had conversations on. Just explaining what this purpose of resolution is, if you're able to.
It was, yeah, the purpose of the resolution is for the 2 holidays for the non-union employees that are actually in the personnel manual at this point.
Perfect. Thank you. I think we had a motion already, and we would take out those 2, 381 and 382.
So a motion to authorize the balance of the resolution of the consent agenda.
Motion.
Second. I apologize.
Councilman Brassey?
I'm going to abstain on 374, 2025 for the minutes of November 25th. Rest, yes on the rest.
Thank you. Councilman Pollock?
I'm going to say yes, but I would like to see some of the disclosures of political donations on some of these. I'll go through it later with you.
Sure. So just one thing to add to that, I know there is language. I had a conversation with the clerk. There are certain towns that put language in making that part of the resolution that there are no political donations, and that's something that we definitely would be open to addressing in future. I think the clerk has been very forthcoming with making sure that these resolutions. So I think if we speak to, I'm sorry, our new purchasing agent, we could have that conversation, but yes. And again, a lot of these resolutions are to help our OEM with some of the new supplies that they requested. So yes.
Thank you. Council Vice President Palmieri?
I would just like to say on Resolution 383, with the appointment of the new BA, it's welcoming. I know our mayor puts in a lot of hours here, but of course this is considered part-time, and she has other commitments in a career. So having a full-time BA here to support the township is very good. So I'm happy to see that. So I vote yes on all of it.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes, and now for those other 2 resolutions, 381, we have to vote for separately, and 382.
Thank you. May I have a motion to authorize Resolution 381, 2025?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Brassey?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. May I have a motion to authorize Resolution 382, 2025?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Bressy?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Is there anything further, Council President?
At this point, I think first we'll have public comment.
At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You will have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once.
Dan Pekarchik, Jackson, New Jersey. Good evening. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, healthy and peace to all. On the council meeting of November 13th, it was announced that Mr. Pollock had won the election and that he would be certified on November 24th and then be sworn in on November 25th. Am I correct? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
We have a part-time photographer, do we not?
I don't think we have an official part-time photographer. If you're asking if we have a media entity that currently is currently contracted with the township, the answer is yes. I think they do provide photography, but yes.
Gentlemen, when you were sworn in for the first time, there was a photographer taking pictures of you and your family. All of you. When Mr. Pollock got sworn in, there was nobody taking a picture of him. Now, last week's Jackson Times that was published on the 6th, on the front page is a picture of Mr. Pollock, his son, and his wife. And the photograph says, courtesy of Mr. Pollock. Okay?
Sure.
Turn to page 8. Sal wasn't here when he got Small Businesses a Week, the same council meeting. Page 8, there's a picture of Sal, picture getting the plaque, and the photograph says, taken by Jackson Township. I think there's a big problem here. That was disrespectful for Mr. Pollock to begin with. I don't always agree with him. A lot of times we disagree. But you disrespected him and you disrespected the office.
Sure. So first of all, I apologize, Mr. Pollock. That did not cross my mind. We don't usually tell anyone to come and take pictures on most meetings. We haven't
He's
had.
always here. You know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking to, and I will continue to engage with the conversation with Mr. Pollock. I think I've gone out of my way to try to engage in a respectful way. Myself and Mr. Pollock are not going to agree on everything, but he's welcome here, and then we've so far, I think, have gotten off to a great start. So,
I know,
but I agree.
It just smells wrong.
I hear that perspective. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
But there was I want to be very clear, no one told anyone not to come and take pictures of Mr. Pollock, if that's the question.
But he should have been told to come, please. Okay. I mean, really, it's an important thing.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mr. Pollock,
I
you want to add?
appreciate you speaking up and looking out. I will say Council President has done a good job working with me, speaking with me. I don't feel slighted when it comes to the council, I would say.
Right. And I just want to add, just for the record, I don't like always responding to rumors. Last meeting, Mr. Bressy was absent, and I had 2 people text me, how come council disrespected Mr. Pollock by putting him over there separate from everyone else? None of that. We're going to have disagreements, and that's fine. We're allowed to. This is America. But we completely respect, and so far it's been great. It's actually fun.
In that vein, too, I noticed Mr. Pollock's space outside, his name is not up there.
Mr. Pollock actually declined that spot, and he wants it to go to a veteran, so that's going to be being taken care of. Yeah, he was offered anything any other council member was offered, from what I understand.
Ready?
Sure.
Good evening. Edward Kaufman, 4 Solomon Court. I want to bring to the council's attention, it seems to be a transparency problem. It's been going on for quite some time in this town. I think my name is known. I send quite a bit of Oprah requests, but we've moved on from that. We're now into lawsuits and litigation. I've submitted Oprah requests for things such as merging the schools. I raised legitimate questions about the volume of children being forced into a building that wasn't designed for the number of children. That resulted in a threat by a council attorney telling me that if I went forward with filing an order to show cause, the town would sue me for a lawsuit that was unjustified. I would think that warning the town as a construction professional
to double check and make sure and get some fire department and police department credentials to verify that that building can justify the amount of children and people that are in it based on the square footage and the egress and emergency responses, that would be well received, that it wouldn't result in being threatened by an attorney. And if the town wants to threaten somebody like me, I would prefer that you use a councilman with a karate school, okay, not an attorney. I don't take that lightly. My intent was to warn and be reassured because one of my children is in that building. And I hear from other parents through my wife and social media that kids text their family and their parents and tell them that they don't honestly believe in an emergency, that they would ever make it out of that building alive. It is so overcrowded. And to date, no one has ever given me any kind of certification from emergency responders as to the occupancy that's been approved for that building. If it exists, it was never given.
So,
If you want to go, just stop the time because.
no, I'll let you finish. Use your time first.
Moving forward, the town was reevaluated. My property was reevaluated from 400,000 to 920, 130% increase. I had to file Oprah requests to try to get proof of how they came to that number. I was told there were no records. I received literally nothing. I had to file a lawsuit against Jackson in tax court. We're in there now. Jackson Township is paying attorneys to fight me because they don't want to tell me how they came to that number. I have email from tax assessor communicating with a third-party appraiser, classifying properties as problem properties. What makes my property a problem property? It would only be a problem if somebody wanted it for some other means. Again, you raised my taxes by almost $1,500, and I'm entitled to nothing because that's what I've gotten. Literally nothing. I had to sue. I had to spend my money to take this town to court and have this town spend money on attorneys to fight me, to keep me from getting the records that I'm legally entitled to. You don't have the right to raise my property taxes, take my money, and then tell me to go screw myself and put an attorney in front of me. I'm currently in Toms River Municipal Court with code enforcement because Andrew Cheney seems to think that his former police record entitles him to obstruct criminal complaints that were filed against him, James Rand, and Maureen Van Brammer. I fought them. They weaponized their summonses and gave me a ticket for dog licenses because I refused to submit to giving them anything until they justified to me that that law is passed across this town without favor. They felt they didn't have to give me anything. Now I've taken a $100 ticket all the way into another town because the judge in this town told me that my constitutional arguments couldn't be entertained because it was a small court. It's a joke, but I'm taking it to extremes. I filed interrogatories and subpoenas against Andrew Cheney, James Rand, and Maureen Van Brammer. This town paid an attorney to file a motion to quash that they never served on me to avoid having employees of this town not answer questions truthfully. Why can't they answer them? If they represent this town, one of them has law enforcement capacity to write summonses, why is he entitled to have an attorney defend him to not answer truthful questions about whether or not he targeted me, trespassed on my property, falsified reports? Is this council okay with paying attorneys to defend town employees that can't answer truthful questions, that want to lie, falsify reports? Those are criminal acts. The three of them have committed criminal acts, and this town is defending them with taxpayer money.
So, Mr. McGuckin, I would ask if you feel that, being that seems to be a matter of litigation, if we should be responding.
I've already gotten them. Mr. McGuckin is the one that threatened me with suing me
Okay.
because I wanted to file an
Okay, so
order
being
to
that it's
show cause
litigation, I
to
think,
make sure that that school was safe.
I never made any such comment.
You absolutely did. I have the email.
Thank you.
You sent me an email,
Thank
told
you.
me that the town would sue me if I filed an order to show cause.
We're
to
not
prove
seeking
that that
you were not
building was
seeking
safe.
records. You were asking us to create a report for you. That's not subject to Oprah. That was the answer.
No, I said I was
Okay,
going to
Miss-
file
Miss-
an order to show cause. and
I
you
think
said
this
you would
is
threaten me.
currently a matter of litigation, and I don't think I'm going to respond any further.
That Jackson School District issue is not a matter of litigation with regard to the schools. I didn't file an order to show cause. I was threatened because I said I would.
Okay,
Because
so,
I want to
Mr.
guarantee that
Kaufman.
the children in this town are safe in a building that they're forced into. This town's attorney.
So, Mr. Kaufman,
responded
I'm
by
going to ask
threatening me.
Mr. Palmieri to give a quick just response with regard to this district, because I know he's a liaison to the school district.
So any merging of the schools, that would go to a separate entity. That's the Board of Education. It's a separate governing body. This council has no oversight over the Board of Education. So we can't tell you yes or no if they can or can't merge schools. In terms of capacity, you would have to go to the Board of Education, shoot them an email. I'm sure they can give you that information. Again, that's not, we're a separate governing entity. I can't imagine
Do you
that the
oversee
Board
the
of,
police and the fire
can I
department?
finish for 1 second? You had 5 minutes. I stood quiet. You asked a question. I want to respond to you as
Okay.
appropriately as possible. I cannot imagine that the Board of Education would be so careless to put too many students into one building where it would be a fire hazard, because that's just not the way they operate. But if you want to be sure, absolutely email the Board of Education, Ms. Permilli, the superintendent. I'm sure she can get you whatever information that you need necessary. My daughter goes to that school. She has never reported feeling unsafe. But again, that's a matter of opinion. So you want the facts, you should go directly to the source.
I filed the open request and I got nothing.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, I think you were waiting next.
Good evening. My name is Michelle. I'm a Jackson resident. I just have a few questions that have different topics. All right. Last meeting, you appointed a QPA, a consultant QPA. Okay. I'd like to ask, number one, how many hours is this QPA on site? Number two, I pulled up the website and I get a notice that says that the clerk, if you want the RFP for professional services, contact the clerk. Why isn't the QPA doing that? That's a question that I have. Also, I don't know if you're aware of it, but in 40A11, NJSA 40A11-1, your qualified purchasing agent has the authority, responsibility, and accountability for spending tax dollars and adhering to the local public contracts law. We are known, New Jersey, as one of the most stringent contracting laws in the United States. So my question is, again, you're paying somebody $1,400 and change a month. How many hours is he working on this property or for this township? That's my one question. Also, last meeting, it was brought up about a refrigerator. And then there was water that we are paying, our tax dollars are paying for employees. Now I see we bought a coffee pot and K-cups for council members. And I'm just sitting here listening to people complain about how the taxes are going up. We're paying consultants to do people's jobs that have the authority to spend our money. So that's another thing. Is that another perk of working for Jackson Township? Now, my understanding is Township was closed on Black Friday. I don't know if that was by resolution. I didn't see any resolution stating that the township would be closed on Black Friday. But I do know that there was union contracts that were signed in 2023, Resolution 280-23, stating that there was no longer Black Friday and there was no longer Lincoln's birthday. So we went from 14 to 12 holidays. And because of that, the employees received an extra personal day in this union contract, and they received a 4% increase. I don't know about you, but I didn't get no 4% increase in a long, long time. But okay, we have that. So now we're back to the resolutions that I had mentioned. Did we renegotiate the union contracts, that we are now allowing people to have these 2 holidays back. And if we are allowing these people to have these 2 holidays back, are we taking back the personal day they got for not having it? And again, I don't understand is if there's a resolution around renegotiating these contracts, I would really like to see it, because I don't see why this is all just happening and how we can arbitrarily shut the township because we feel like it. And also, I would like to add, there was a question last month about using the opioid grant for doors. I don't know if there was ever an answer.
So it wasn't doors. It was for the screens. Opioid was not used for the doors. That was,
Okay.
yeah.
I did
Yeah.
not hear an answer for that, so I was
Yeah.
just kind of like,
Sure.
that, there's, there's that. So I guess my questions are like, is there any kind of authority
Sure.
that is just willy-nilly,
Sure.
that things are happening?
Sure. So some of these questions, I'm just gonna, I don't have answers to. I'm gonna have to, if I can give you my email, and then if we could be in touch, and I don't mind getting the answers from the mayor tomorrow and speaking to some of the administrative staff and the secretaries in the mayor's office. What I do know is that the QPA does have a minimum amount of hours and that they're supposed to be working locally. It's a department which I'm still a little bit not so knowledgeable, and so I have to get more information with regard to that. With regard, just I don't remember all of your concerns with regard to the opioid grants. I think I just addressed that. I think it was used for the screens for opioid advertising and things of that form. With regard to the days and the union contracts, I'm not aware of any renegotiations of the unions. My understanding was, and I had a very brief conversation with the mayor, and I'd have to go back and further that conversation. What came from the Labor Council, who had, I think, Jackson always gave off those days, and I think last year or 2 years ago, sorry, former Mayor Reyna canceled those days. I think it was last year actually, and the current mayor gave back those days. But the process, I'm not equipped enough to say, and I'm not sure if Mr. McGuckin has an answer on all those questions.
My understanding is per the resolution that approved the union contracts, it states in there that they were taking away those 2 days.
I will
It's
discuss.
in the union contract.
So I will give you my email after. I will discuss with the mayor, and I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Okay,
hopefully.
that's fine. And also, just one more quick question.
Sure.
If you close down the township, does that mean that the police and everybody else are off too? Or
No.
are we paying
No.
them overtime for
No,
working
not
on a holiday?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they don't get paid extra for working a
Not-
holiday when the rest of the town.
Not from what I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I'll give you my email after, and we'll be in touch.
Resolution 379, 2025, the budget appropriations. Yes, I'm back on the budget. It's that time of the year. I want to speak about the importance of our township budget appropriations. Every year, at the end of the calendar cycle, this council adopts appropriations that give legal authority to spend taxpayer dollars in the coming fiscal year. This isn't just a procedural step, it's the moment when leadership decides how our community's money will be used. Appropriations are tied directly to the property tax levy, which is finalized in late fall. That means by December, residents deserve a clear, accessible explanation of how revenues will match expenditures. Too often, these decisions are rushed through at year's end, leaving the public with little time to review or comment. We got a resolution that was passed. Nobody got to speak about it until I'm speaking about it after it was passed. My point. Transparency demands more than a rubber stamp. It requires open hearings, honest dialogue, and willingness to adjust priorities based on the community input. When appropriations are handled behind closed doors or pushed through without scrutiny, trust erodes. But when they're presented clearly, and they are clearly on this list, with line item accountability, residents can see exactly how their dollars support schools, infrastructure, and essential services. That's how we rebuild confidence in township leadership. I urge this council to treat appropriations not as a formality, but as an opportunity. Let's make the end of year process a moment of clarity, not confusion. A chance to show residents that their voices matter and that their money is being managed with fairness and foresight. And as a result of this, I would ask that this council consider doing what other towns do during their meetings. And that is have public comment before you approve resolutions so that the residents can speak on the resolutions in their viewpoints before you guys vote on it.
So I don't want to interrupt if you still have anything to say. So first of all, I appreciate your comment. So I think one of the things that I do plan on doing in the next couple of weeks is speaking to each of my council members separately to plan, obviously, the various liaisons and positions that we have, but not just that, to see what we can do to make these meetings more open. I'm open to the idea. I have nothing against that. I think it's great. I think you brought up one issue that was going on for years that was fixed. I would think that was a step in the right direction from the legal end. I would absolutely support having a opportunity for residents to comment before the resolutions are voted on. Doesn't bother me at all. So you have my commitment if
Council President?
if I'm president, yeah.
All you'd be doing is going back to how it used to be. It used to be any comments on resolutions only, and they could speak on any resolution on the agenda. How that went away, I have no idea. I got back here, it's gone. I think it should be there.
So you just heard two votes. So, and I didn't say
Shaking
any.
his head, so
And I'm not sure, he looks like he's shaking his head yes also. So I think he got 3. So we don't even have to ask everyone else. So anyone else? If you could just raise your hand if you still plan on speaking, so we just engage time. Okay, Carlos, all yours. You don't have to raise your right hand.
Carlos Martins Jackson. Okay, I'm going to keep this really quick because it's late at night, and but I am going to go through the points that I had that I wanted to talk to. So at the last meeting, it was resolution 348-2025. I asked the question, what does a municipal alliance coordinator do? And someone here on the council, I won't say who, but she reminded me that you guys never answered that question. Since then, she got me some answers on the job description of a municipal alliance coordinator and why the person that was, I forget the name, was so qualified to do that. Okay. So my question to you today is, did you guys know that information before you approved it? Right? Because you all said yes. Oh, wait, maybe Chris didn't say yes. Chris might have assisted because he didn't have all the information. But it was passed. Did you guys know what this person was going to do?
So I could only speak for myself. I did have a conversation with an employee and with administration to get an answer, and I had enough of an answer I felt comfortable with the job description. The specifics of what they do on a daily basis, no, but the general understanding, yes.
Okay, and what this Claire, I think, why is she so qualified?
This person's been doing it for a very long time, and I know,
okay.
When something's not broken and the systems work and the person's doing a good job, and that's what I was told by the people that I trust. Did I interview the person? No, I don't interview every town, every person who's working for the town.
Gotcha. Here's my concern, right?
Sure.
So once I got that information from that
person,
that sent me that information, I won't say the name again. It comes back to these old emails. Basically, this was something from Reina days, right? And then now it got here. So, I look at it and I say, oh, back to who are the donors and all that stuff. Because it makes you just wonder, is this, pay for play or, give somebody a cozy job because they supported you or something? It just feels funny.
So Carlos, I just want to respond for a second.
Okay.
It's not a secret. I've had disagreements with members of the council and even the former mayor, even sometimes the current mayor. Not everyone might believe that, but there's always room. There's always disagreements. I don't believe in political revenge just because someone was appointed by a former mayor that they deserve to be fired or not rehired. If they do a good job, they deserve it on that merit itself. But obviously, if you have any information that would prove that there is a reason why they're not qualified and they just got it because of political donations, I think, or any other reason, we would want to know.
I don't. My real point was, did we give it enough scrutiny before you said yes, right? So the questions that I had, did you know the answers? Even though you didn't give me the answers when I asked last time, but there was a lot of stuff going on, so maybe it just wasn't answered. That's really my only point. and then I'll just leave it because it's late. So, for wishing everybody happy holidays and all that stuff. Politically correct, I don't know the right thing to say anymore, but I would just remind you guys, maybe if you get 4 minutes to listen to a song by Mary J. Blige, who, I'm sure you guys will know the name of the song. And that's what I wish for next year for all of us, right? No more drama. As bad as this year was with the election and everything, it's probably going to be a lot worse next year because we got more elections coming. But we'll live through it. So that's my wish for you.
We're
guys.
one Jackson. We're doing great up here, so I appreciate it.
Thanks. That's it.
Do we have a motion to close public comment?
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Miss-
opposed?
Mr. McGuckin, I think we have a legal matter to take care of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with our discussions in executive session and the briefing from council, this will be a resolution of the Township of Jackson County, Ocean State, New Jersey, authorizing the execution for an employee settlement agreement mutual release with Police Chief Matthew Kuhns.
So again, I just want to take a moment and thank Attorney McGuckin and our other special legal counsel for working diligently. I think we're looking forward to hopefully releasing more information to the public in the near future and working to build our department to be an even better and greater department. We thank the men and women, we thank the chief, and we look forward to continued success for our law enforcement here in town. So if we can get a
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Brezzi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
So listen, I'm going to be honest, I did not hear him that well.
This was the settlement agreement with the chief that we discussed in exec.
Is this agreed upon by the chief?
So Attorney McGuckin?
We've been in active negotiations. We met with him. We had an agreement in principle. We have submitted the written document to him for his signature and his attorney, and we are waiting their response. But this is our last meeting of the year, so it was the last meeting we could adopt.
But
our
he didn't
resolution.
agree to it.
I'm sorry?
But he didn't agree to it yet.
Well, he agreed to the terms of the settlement. but
All
he
the
has not
terms,
agreed
all
to-
terms were agreed to by his attorneys, and they've
All
been back
terms
with.
are
Yeah, all
agreed
the terms have been agreed to. And the settlement's supposed to go into effect the beginning of January, so this is our last meeting to.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes, and I'm happy to see that we're working to fix up some of the messes that unfortunately we were left with, so yes.
Thank you. Motion
Could I get a motion to close?
May I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your evening or night or morning.